Good morning and welcome to the Bowls New Zealand broadcast coverage of the Bowls North Harbour MetLife Care New Zealand Masters for 2024. My name is Alex Reid and I'm delighted to be joined in commentary for this first final by Brett O'Reilly and Terry Blackburn. It's going to be an interesting game, this one. We're covering the 60 to 74 mixed pairs final. On one side we've got Jerry Brenner and Andre, how do we say the last name, Brett? Rotenbach, very good. And on the other side we've got Lynn East and Lloyd Sinton, who are playing at their home green, Browns Bay Bowlers. Terry, what do you know of the teams that we've got playing? We were talking before we broadcast a little bit about Lloyd.
Yeah, so I'm familiar with Lloyd Sinton. Played against him a couple of years back in the Bowls New Zealand Disability event in the singles, and from memory he'd only been playing not even a year at that point. And I was really impressed, obviously new to the game, using a bowling arm, but yeah, very, very solid. And as we'll talk more throughout the game, you'll come to learn that he's, a good sportsman, got a rugby career and things like that. Looking forward to seeing him in action. Brett mentioned that Lynn and Lloyd made the final last year.
They did, yeah. So Lloyd's second year of bowls and his second final of the MetLife Care New Zealand Masters. Pretty good going.
Yeah, definitely. And he had a good performance at the Para Nationals earlier in the year. Or last year, was it? I'm not sure, but
it all blends into one.
That's it. But yeah, I've really enjoyed following his bowls journey. He's such a great guy, and I'll look forward to catching up with him later.
And Lloyd's playing with Lynn East. Lynn, a very established player in the Bowls North Harbour Centre, Centre Gold Star holder, and they'll have a lot of support from their home Browns Bay Club. Magnificent day here in on the north shore of Auckland, Tamaki Makaurau, and the green, and just really great nick.
I think it's its first outing for this season, this green, Brett. They've been keeping it over the week. We've had a little bit of the typical challenging Auckland weather for the last week of this New Zealand Masters, and the organisers have done a fantastic job in juggling that. But great to have this front green out and in use for this finals day.
Yep, they sure have. I was playing here on Monday in the we were defending our 60 to 75 fours title from last year, and unfortunately we had a pretty major deluge, so the two greens looked like lakes, so we played out the back on the carpet, and they transferred another section to Mairangi Bay. But yeah, Brendan Kelly does an amazing job with the greens here, and they're always in great nick. And of course they're going to be hosting a World Bowls event, the World Champion of Champions Singles, which are going to be here in at the end of November, straight after the Oceania Challenge, which is being played across the bridge at Royal Oak and New Lynn. So a busy time for these greens and for the Browns Bay Club, but as we know from when they've hosted nationals and other Bowls New Zealand events, they just do it so well.
Certainly excited for the World Champion of Champions because there's going to be a number of players there who probably haven't played either on a grass green, and if they have played on a grass green, I'd be surprised if they've been anything over about 15 or 16 seconds, Brett.
Yes, that's indeed the case, Alex, and interesting that the Japanese Midori, who is the Japanese representative in the World Champion of Champions, she's actually based in Sydney, came across and played in the New Zealand Masters in this MetLife Care sponsored event because she wanted to get some experience at playing on these greens. I'm not sure she actually managed to get onto the grass much because of the weather, but she was playing with Keiko Kurihara and another Japanese international who plays at Takapuna, my home club, and I had a chat to Midori earlier in the week, and yeah, she's certainly looking forward to playing here. But as you said, these greens will be a lot quicker and probably turn a lot more than most of the greens they're used to, other than maybe playing in the UK. Here's Andre Rotenbach playing his first bowl. Really steady player. Actually got an amazing sports background. He's been hails from South Africa, and spent a lot of his time in Zululand in South Africa. He's played rugby, he's played cricket, he's been a golf professional and golf pro shop owner. and then came to New Zealand to join one of his children who lives in Waiuku a few years ago, and he's fashioned a pretty good record for himself playing out of the Papakura club. Plays a lot with Frankie Lim, who'll be a very familiar name to a lot of our bowlers. They won the 2024 Charter Club Nationals earlier in the year, Andre's a pretty steady player. I think won the Champion of Champions singles in counties this season, but unfortunately had to withdraw from the Nationals because he was unwell with food poisoning. So he'll be looking to go on this. Very deliberate player, really nice guy. And he and Jerry Bremner will be pretty formidable opponents. Jerry well performed, played a lot with Leanne Paulson, who we're going to see later today in the fours final, in the 60 to 74 women's fours final. And we'll also see Leanne at the World Champion of Champions singles because, of course, she is the defending New Zealand singles champion, and she'll be taking her place in that event alongside Aidan Takarua, who we saw was in pretty good form at Burnside last weekend.
He's going okay.
So anyway, back to the bowls. We can see that. So we've got blue team and a red team.
Yes, and they match the scoreboard at the top left of your screen.
And we can see their bowls here. So it looks like red holding one at the moment, and I think that's right. They're using the red disc, I assume. Keen-eyed viewers will notice that Lloyd's got a bit of help at both ends. So, Terry, tell us a little bit about that.
Yeah, it's not uncommon for paras to have some helpers. In Lloyd's case, it sounds like he might struggle to clean off his bowl. So, yeah, they've got someone there to help with that, maybe even picking up the bowls, although I'm sure his bowling arm will help with that. It's great to see the use of adaptive aids in bowls. It's one of the reasons, we can call ourselves such an inclusive sport. And of course having the helpers as well, the volunteers, that makes a great difference.
Yeah, it's just revolutionised the sport. We actually had an event. I'm involved with my wife Robin Walker and as a junior mentor this year at our Takapuna club, and we've got a number of new players who have joined bowls. Let's say at a later stage in life, though not all of them are as old as me in their 60s, but for various reasons they're looking to use an arm, the artificial arm as an alternative way of playing, and they've really adapted to it well. We're fortunate that Grant Keats, one of the top players in Takapuna, he's someone who's had to adapt his style to using an arm again because of issues with his spine and I think knees. And Bevan Smith, who I've played a lot of bowls with, and viewers will remember.
Has he moved to an arm?
Yep, Bevan, was a former New Zealand sprint sprinter in the 1970s, won a Commonwealth Games bronze medal at Christchurch in the 200 metres. After all those 200 and 400 metre events, Bevan's finally succumbed to knee and back issues, and he's using an arm. So it's just a great way of, one, prolonging your time in the game for those people that have been playing, but two, as you said, Terry, great entry level for anyone that's maybe got a physical disability to be able to play, and I just think that's a fantastic feature for the game. So we see there it was Jerry Bremner and Andre Rotenbach scoring on the first end. So we're playing 12 ends, as you can see from the board, and you really couldn't get better conditions, could you, Terry?
No, it was. I drove up from Hamilton this morning, and it was beautiful coming up that, is it Browns Bay Road or Beach Road, and overlooking the water there. The sun glistening, so yeah, stunning today. Certainly wasn't in Hamilton when I left. I was telling these guys that I packed my gumboots and my big puffer jacket that I wear to my son's football games throughout the winter. But how silly do I feel looking out there now?
Yeah, it's certainly in good nick. Here we see Jerry Bremner with her second bowl just slipping past. So probably 1 to Browns Bay. I'm really proud of the work that Bowls North Harbour have done in putting this tournament together. I'm fortunate enough to be the patron of Bowls North Harbour, and you know the centre have put a lot of work into this event over the last few years. Last year under the chairmanship of Robin Walker, this year under the chairmanship of Tony Popperwell, and the event just grows and grows in terms of popularity. Been a little bit tricky getting greens, I think, this year because we've had a bit of an indifferent, growing season. But I think players are quite happy to play on artificial greens or on grass, recognising that sometimes it's a bit tricky. Here's Lloyd with his last bowl, holding I think 2 shots here, so he's getting into his groove pretty early, Terry.
Yeah, and that second one was nice, sitting right in behind the jack.
Yeah, a little bit of a cover bowl there from Lloyd, maybe not quite as far, but it'll almost be 3 shots there.
So certainly a solid start. Home greens as well.
Yeah, Lloyd's a great character, as you said, Terry. I mean, his is an amazing story. Rugby prodigy, injured at rugby, which forced him out of that game. Later, in a very serious car accident, and just started playing bowls almost randomly. Work colleagues said to him, "Hey, why don't you give bowls a go?" And in his early 70s, and wow, he is, he's making a name for himself against in the para competitions, but also against all comers. He's like you. He's really outstanding. It's such a nice man.
Yeah, he's very sociable, always happy for a yarn, and I don't know, always smiling, it seems.
Good ball there from Andre. Probably second shot. Lloyd coming up just to have a bit of a look and give Lynn a bit of info. Yeah, they may still hold 2. There's Lynn. Been just a really established competitor in North Harbour for many, many years.
Oh, this is close.
Yeah, she's steady. That's a great bowl.
What a
Brilliant.
shot.
And it sits and touches.
Ooh. Very good.
They've got a really nice head, the Browns Bay team. Be interesting to see what Andre does here.
Steering after it.
Yeah, obviously just
He's
looking to
not
try
far.
and draw. Close. Oh, that's a great bowl. Well played.
Oh, and for
the
shot as well.
Wow. Well, these guys have come to play. I mean, in this 60 to 74 mixed pairs final, and the standard's already high.
On the probe.
Yeah, man, pretty close.
Yeah,
Look
if
at this.
she can catch that inside edge, it's going to be a honey.
Oh my goodness.
Brilliant.
This is
Wow.
ridiculous.
So Browns Bay holding 2 shots. Yeah, this is great stuff.
Looks like they've called the forehand. Happy for any bit of movement if they can get down to the jack.
Andre, very deliberate play. You can probably see his the golf influence in his delivery. Quite a almost off a fixed stance. Just slipping through.
I thought you were going to answer that for a second.
Answer what? We
Alright.
see Lynn, after 2 strokes of genius, just fall a little bit short with their last bolt.
That happens sometimes, doesn't it?
It does. Yeah, you can sort of get up for a couple and then not quite manage it.
Yeah, I'm sure she'll be disappointed not to add a bonus shot there. She's certainly capable of drawing within that area.
So we just look to see what's put on the scoreboard there for the Browns Bay team. Looked like at least 2.5. She sort of snicked the jack back.
Yeah, I'm going to call maybe two to
Yep.
Browns Bay. So 2-1 after 2 of the 12 ends. and if it stays like this, it's going to be a classic.
It's just nice to be playing on such a lovely looking green, isn't it? To be out there with the sun shining for its first run of the season at the front of Browns Bay.
And well done, Alex, to you and the Bowls New Zealand team on Bowls 5. Thoroughly enjoyed watching that, and I thought the standard of the final between Shannon McElroy and Ryan Bester was about as good as you're going to see in bowls. So another great initiative for promoting the game. And I can say, just in my network of people, and a number of people I've talked to have been watching it and enjoying it, like the short game format, which is absolutely where a game has to go. So yeah, great to see. And in fact, as I think you're aware, for the World Champion of Champions, that'll be played in sets.
Yeah.
2 7-end sets with a 3-end tiebreaker, I believe. And so just trying to make the game a bit more accessible for people to watch, and makes it a bit more interesting. You know, you always know you've got a chance if you get a poor start to come back and win the second set and win the tiebreaker. Here's Lloyd with his second bowl.
Easy to digest as well, I think. You only have to put aside for the Bowls 5. If you have half an hour of time, you could watch an entire game and understand who's won.
Yeah, and I think if you're watching it on replay, you don't have to watch the whole game. You can watch the first set and see how that goes, and then see if there was a tiebreaker, or watch the second set. So it just gives you a bit more flexibility, so you can follow the game. Here's Jerry Bremner, very, very steady lead. Just pulling up short here, but she's got a good first bowl there, full shot. There you are, you can see Lloyd is...
Reminds me, you talk of the golf, those putters that they have, the pendulum, have you seen them?
Yes.
With the stance reminds me a little of that.
Yep. Adam Scott,
I was going to say the Australian guy,
Yep.
Yeah.
He's made a good correction here, Lloyd.
Oh, that's a great bowl.
That's
well
incredible.
played, Lloyd Sinton.
His speed and line improved each bowl.
Generous applause from the crowd, just building as people start to arrive for... We've got a whole day of finals today here at the MetLife Care New Zealand Masters. You'll see a number of people inside, and obviously a lot of Browns Bay members have been here just preparing the greens and the club for hosting these finals today. Good effort from Jerry, just getting a little bit closer second there. So, but it's Browns Bay, Lynn East and Lloyd Sinton holding shot on as they cross over on this third end.
You'd think that the Browns Bay team would play on the back end here, just to rest on that white ball that sits at 5 o'clock to the jack.
I'd expect so. I mean, it's a nice little cradle there for Lynn. Nothing, no damage if she happens to trail the jack. Yep, well called, Alex.
Always nice when they line up on the hand you've just said they're going to.
Laurie Keane in the background there, member of the board of Bowls North Harbour, just talking to Joe Wyatt, who's the one of North Harbour's very promising junior women players, and Joe's Lloyd's helper down the scoreboard end of the finals rink here at Browns Bay. Now, Andre Rotenbach, what can Andre do?
Opting to play his back end as well by the look, so that's just about drawing the shot. Very nice delivery.
Yeah. He's very steady and he's close here.
That's outstanding.
Yeah, that was
Yeah.
on a good path all
That's
the
such a
way.
Very
good
well
bowl.
played.
What a shot.
Very well played. Just got away from Neil Connell, the Bowls North Harbour president. He'll be very happy with how things have gone this week. It's been a very, very good event. Lynn East.
It's got
It's
the right
also on a pretty
track.
good line. Maybe just a little heavy. But you see, obviously, just we're going to get a bit of contact on that jack. And we'll sit the bowls. That's a handy home. Gives them just something a little bit further back. You can see 3 bowls there, 2 of Lloyd's and 1 of Lynn's behind the jack, and obviously Lloyd's second shot. So plenty of options for Lynn if she wants to play with weight and try and get some jack movement. What will Andre be doing, Terry? What do you think his plan will be?
I'd just be playing the same bowl again, and if he finishes on that slightly wider side, it might reduce Lynn's options a little bit.
Oh, he's on a good line, just got timid, maybe always lacking a little bit in the weight, but it's ended up in a pretty handy home for them, just in the way there.
I think the only thing the Browns Bay side will be concerned about is potentially chipping out their, Lloyd's closest bowl, the second one. If they look to sort of crunch that jack on
You wouldn't
the
want to cannon
forehand.
it off, yeah.
No,
Yeah.
and they're only one down.
Yeah. I mean, it is very tempting, isn't it? It doesn't matter what piece of the jack you get. You've got a bowl sort of waiting either side, although you wouldn't want it to stop halfway.
And you see the experience of Lynn East here, just coming up to have a look, just making sure in her own mind what she wants to play. These greens, many a toto, they get a lot of turn. You get a lot of that late turn. So even though that bowl looks in the way of Andre's, Lynn will know that actually there is a draw line around there, probably not a jack movement line around there.
Just be a matter of getting that weight right.
And she certainly had good line with her first bowl. You can see it. With her second bowl on the centre line there. So what can she do with this last bowl here?
She's lining up on the backhand, is she?
Oh. Yep. Just getting the foot placement right.
Yeah, it's on a good line.
Down to the speed now.
Get around
Sneak
it. She's
pass.
close.
Oh,
She's close.
That
Oh,
is, I've got no
outstanding.
words. That's
classy bowl, that one.
Yep.
Wow.
Gave it a chance.
unbelievable. You literally won't see better bowls than
No.
this. This is as good as it gets.
And I think that shows, we don't like to see players coming up and down to the head too often, but that shows the benefit of just getting clear in your own mind how much room you've got. The fact that, there was enough room around that bowl, around that short bowl to get that turn. So, yeah, great bowl from Lynn East. That's 2 ends in a row she's played a screamer. And Andre now, he'll have to be a little careful here because he won't want to get too much contact on the jack. I expect he'll just be maybe just drawing up with a little bit of weight.
Yeah, I think just reaching up to it would be the idea here.
Just gets caught on Lynn's
Yeah, no harm.
first bowl. So 1 it is to Browns Bay. And they lead 3-1 after
you
3 ends.
you can see how Lynn and Lloyd were in the final last year and how they've made it again this year, playing bowls like that.
That was such an impressive. If we think about, there's 3 draw shots on the backhand. 1 from Andre, 1 from Lynn, and there was 1 from someone else earlier on to get there. But there's 3 bowls within sort of a foot of the jack. That's unbelievable bowls. It's lovely stuff to watch.
So there's the Lloyd's helper, just helping with the bowls and just making sure that the jack's little bit of residue is cleaned off the jack. We had a little bit of, if it was rain, but maybe dew overnight, so there's a little bit of residue from cutting the green this morning. So just making sure that's good.
Yeah, I think you can see Lloyd's left hand is riddled with arthritis, so I imagine the function of that hand is significantly reduced. So yeah, the helper, what was his name, sorry? The helper, volunteer?
Joe Wyatt
Joe,
at
yeah.
that end. I'm not quite sure who that is at the other end. No doubt a Browns Bay member. So for viewers here, the conditions of play for this event is if the jack is delivered incorrectly, and it was by Lloyd, unfortunately it was short, it's placed on the 2 metre mark and the other team has the option of moving the mat. Here, Jerry hasn't taken that option. They're obviously happy playing longer ends, her and Andre. And Lloyd just coming up short with his first bowl. So a good initiative for keeping the game moving, and particularly earlier in the week when it was very windy, it was pretty hard to deliver the jack for some of the teams, particularly playing on the artificial surfaces. So a good way of just keeping the game moving, but still allowing a bit of variability for the players.
It'll be interesting to see if we see the Papakura team favour those longer ends as this game goes on.
Yeah, they may feel, with Lloyd playing with the arm that it's better to play long ends. But to be perfectly honest, the way I've seen Lloyd play, I think he plays every length pretty well.
Yeah,
so
it doesn't matter.
I don't think it'll matter. But it'll be interesting to see what sort of length they settle into. And I like the comparison with Adam Scott. He's very, very deliberate, Lloyd, with the way he just takes his time and gets it set up, and he's played a better one here. Just going to slide in there. Is he going to get enough turn for shot, Terry?
No, I think he'll settle in for second, but a very good posse.
So one to Jerry Bremner, left-hander, which I'm always pleased to see. Every good team needs one. So, every
Just
great
to totally
team needs two.
confuse everybody with the lines you guys take.
I'm left-handed for those people that wonder why I'm spruiking the left-handed bowlers. Just coming up a little bit short and narrow. Should be a bit disappointed with that after a good first bowl. And so Lynn saying to Lloyd, swap over now. You've got that bowl catching. See if you can just get a little bit of movement on the jack or get one close. I just love how deliberate Lloyd is. He just really sets himself up.
Yeah, that's right. Whether you play with or without a bowling arm, you still need a process to follow.
And I think he's been coming along to so some of the sessions that Grant Keats has been running for players using the arm, he's been Lloyd's been coming along. I think it's going to be fantastic for the para ranks, Terry, because I think it's going to open para bowls up to a whole bunch of people.
Yeah.
That probably may have found it difficult just to use their natural arm to play.
Yeah.
What's your thoughts?
Oh yeah, I imagine so. I think it's very easy to feel as though maybe you will need to give the game away or play less. But once you introduce those adaptive aids, the world's your oyster. It's just a matter of adjusting.
So 1-2 the Papakura team, just having a little bit of a mid-green conference just to make sure that they're happy with what they're doing. 3-1, nothing in it really at this stage, and both teams playing some really great bowls.
Certainly the Browns Bay Club's dressed up nicely, isn't it, for this finals day, emblazoned with the MetLife Care and New Zealand Masters branding.
It sure is. I'll never forget, Alex, the photos after the cyclone in Auckland a couple of years ago, and literally this entire club was underwater. It was like a lake here, very close to the harbour, to Browns Bay itself, and the combination of water coming down just out of the hills here on streams. Here's good bowl for Lynn, just getting caught up in the front. The combination of the water coming down from the hills around here and the high tide just flooded this whole area. But this club is incredibly resilient. Pete Sheehan, the president, has an amazing team of workers that work with them, and they had it spick and span in no time really, and available for events. And these greens have, I think, for as long as I can remember, at least the last 30 years, have been amongst the best in the country. Great bowl there from Andre. Rosenbach. That'll be the shot itself. So 2 at the moment, I think, to Papakura.
I don't think Lynn was too far off with her speed before. Just needs a wider line, and I think she'll drift in nicely.
Oh, she's pinched it.
Yep. It is one of the unusual things with Maniatoto is that sometimes, well, this is how I find it anyway, sometimes normally the green is about the same, no matter what the length is. But I find with Maniatoto quite often you have to take a little bit more green on the longer ends. The bowls just get that much more turn. I don't know if that's my imagination or, but that's certainly, and I've played a lot here at Browns Bay. Beautiful greens that they are, but you really got to concentrate on getting that line right.
Yeah, no, I think it makes sense that you'll need a wider line for that longer length.
Needs it to stop. Oh.
Pretty good bowl there. It gives them a bowl past the jack, holding 2, and Lynn will be definitely drawing up to that. Lloyd giving her a little bit of encouragement. Here we go.
Out the line.
Certainly a better line. Lloyd says he likes it.
Yep. Is she going to get past the front? Yes, she is.
Oh,
That's a just slips through. What do we think, Terry? Second shot?
No, I think she might still be the 2 down.
Oh, Jerry says 1 and a measure. Lloyd having a bit of a look. Andre's come up to have a look.
Oh, it's a fantastic effort. Lynn's certainly played some great bowls at the right times as well. So I was actually expecting her to draw the shot there just because she set the standard so high for herself. She wasn't far away. Be interesting to see what Andre plays here. He's obviously played the forehand twice. I think.
Umpire Jenny Daniels just in the background there.
I guess he'll be conscious that if he goes the forehand again, he wouldn't want to catch the outside of Lynn's bowl and sit it over. But equally, on the other hand, whilst there's lots of room, he wouldn't want to move the jack at all either. He has just played 2 bowls on the forehand though.
Needs to make a decision before he hops on the mat.
Yeah, I do feel like it's pretty safe,
Yep.
overall.
Looks like forehand to me.
If he gets it square and even just rolls it over once, that'll be worth 3.
Oh, what's happened here? I looked away for a second.
Just finishing out wide, I think.
I think he was past, but they've conceded
Yeah.
that bowl there. Now they're measuring for second.
So Jenny Daniels, the umpire.
Being very deliberate in making this decision, the umpire. What a beautiful day it is, Terry.
It's stunning. I don't think you can beat outdoor bowls on a day like this.
I agree, absolutely.
This would be one of the big reasons we play, I think.
Yeah.
Sometimes you question it on a rainy day.
Yeah, not so good.
So it is 2 by the looks of that. So we should see the scores lock at 3 apiece. Played 4 ends.
Well called, Terry. Good eyes.
So already a third of the way through this 12-end final.
12 ends, no time limit, so I suppose it's on the slightly shorter side for the outdoor game, but 12 ends still plenty of time for the best bowlers or the best team to come through. A lot of finals on today as well. It's a full schedule on the screen outside.
Yeah, packed program of events. We'll try and bring you some of the other scores. I'll go for a wander and try and get you some of the scores. Also going on this morning here, we've got the final of the 75 years and over mixed pairs. We've got Murray Matheson and Geraldine White. Murray's with the Takapuna Club, former Olympic hockey representative, and he's playing with Geraldine White, who plays out of Mairangi Bay and Takapuna, and they're playing from Northland and Muir, former New Zealand selector, former New Zealand representative, and very decorated Northland player, New Zealand champion. She's playing with Ian Bowick. And so we'll get you that those scores. At 11 o'clock we've got a bumper. We've got 4 finals on there, and then another 4 finals at 2 o'clock. So plenty of results and bowls to bring you, and obviously a televised final in each of those slots. So 3 televised games today, and great first bowl there from Lloyd.
Yeah, it was a cracker, and I think I was expecting to see a longer jack from the Papakuta team, but Lloyd was certainly happy to see it not a full length.
Yep,
straight back into his work.
Yep, back into his zone. And he's not far away with the second bowl. Just going to start breaking now. That's 2 pretty tidy bowls from Lloyd. Just, we often say 1 on and 1 over.
Yeah.
For a lead, and that's pretty copybook stuff from Lloyd Sinton.
Yeah, great leading. All right.
Can hear and see some of the crowd that is beginning to build here at the Browns Bay Bowling Club. And if you are in the North Harbour region, as Brett just read out, we've got finals here all day. There are worse things that you could be doing on a beautiful sunny Friday than to come down and watch the finals of the Masters.
Yep, the restaurant or cafe here at Browns Bay is very good. They make a mean toasted sandwich, I can confirm, and
very exciting news.
And the refreshments are always good in the clubhouse here, and great to see all this MetLife Care livery around the green. It makes for a really colourful sign, and well done to Nigel Rattray, who's been managing the sponsorships side for Bowls North Harbour and bringing MetLife Care on board. A great provider of aged care and retirement facilities around New Zealand, and great to have them involved in sponsoring this New Zealand Masters event.
What's the there's an ice cream parlour around here, isn't there? Pinguini?
Oh, I went there.
That I was just suggesting that'd be a good option if anyone wants to, you pick up an ice cream 3 minutes down the road and then watch some of the Masters bowls.
Seeing I'm only doing 1 game today, Alex, I'll go and do the ice cream run for you and Terry.
Ice cream is my weakness.
Yeah, mine too. and of course we've got Colin Williams working as absolute magic as always, off mic and off camera, just keeping us honest. So 2 it is to Browns Bay here as we get back to the bowls and salivate about the ice cream.
Yeah, for sure.
And great bowl here.
Oh, that's a lovely start.
Just gets the edge of it.
It does help to, even though that bowl's still a very good one shot, it does free up the jack a little bit, doesn't it? And makes his next shot a little bit easier.
Yep, definitely reduces the count to 1. And I expect Lynn will be trying to get another shot in there.
Yeah, if she could tuck that jack in behind Lloyd's bowl again, that would be beautiful.
Yep, I think that's her intention. She's swapped over to the forehand, and she'll just be looking to see if she can just get a touch. She's just drifted a bit wide. Pretty good speed. No, maybe just a touch short, but yeah, that's I think will be her intention to just come down there. We can see those 2 blue bowls of Lloyd's catching there.
think Andre can probably keep the speed that he had. He was just a touch over the draw, and if he is to make connection, that's great, but if not, I think being on that wider side and covering those bowls will be a good second option for him.
Absolutely. It's on a pretty good line again.
Needs to hold.
Yeah, you just see that Mania Toto, just that whip.
Once it goes, eh? Yeah.
As the weight comes off, you've really got to be accurate with your line, but that's still a good bowl for them. Another catcher.
Well, a second chance now for Lynn.
And Lloyd saying, look, be up to that bowl of Andre's, because if you sit that out, you make 3. If you happen to be a bit narrower and get the jack, well, even better. Yep, on a good line here. I'm not sure she's got the speed.
I don't think she'll be narrow enough to change Andre's shot either. If anything, that might be a really good guide.
So it's almost a good guide psychologically. You think, I just need to get my bowl around that short one.
Yeah.
Players looking resplendent in their Bowls North Harbour New Zealand Masters official shirts for the televised rink, Terry.
Yeah, the shirts look great.
There seems to be something that's happened in the last few years all around the place, is that the event shirts and the club shirts have taken that another step up, haven't they? Because we used to have creams and whites, and we got a little splash of colour, and then we got a couple of designs, and now it seems as though
Colours
the
and
creative
designs.
juices are flowing, and we've had all these wonderful shirts at events in the last, I've noticed it in the last 3 or 4 years, been
Sure
some
is.
fantastic stuff.
And some teams even personalising their shirts, choosing a little logo or a cartoon character that they've decided to add to their shirts. So Andre just slipping by with his last bowl of this 5th end.
Oh, this one's a
And
better
Lynn-
effort. Still just lacking a little bit of speed, but the
Yeah.
line was good.
Should be disappointed there. 3 short bowls when you've got when you're holding the shot and you've got catches, but uncharacteristic for Lynn actually, because normally she's pretty accurate. But obviously they're scoring, and that's no bad thing. As they get back out in front 4-3 now, after 5 of the 12 ends. Now what length will Lloyd opt for here?
Be interesting to see. Oh, I thought he let it go. It was just a practice.
It would
was
be
a practice,
quite a skill.
swing.
Oh, I wonder if the release didn't quite happen, and it is quite a skill, isn't it?
I can't do it. I'm rubbish with it. I've endeavoured to use a bowling arm, and I would need some coaching from Grant, I think, Brett, because of to try and find the timing.
Yep.
Yeah.
Is very challenging indeed.
Yep.
I think it's great that he holds, Grant holds those bowling arm coaching sessions. And it doesn't surprise me at all that Lloyd attends those, because I can just imagine that, he'd want to be all in with what he's doing. And I think we can see that, a hard work pays off.
Absolutely.
As mentioned earlier, he had a very promising rugby career.
He played alongside players from like Bruce Gemmell, who was the All Black halfback in the sort of 1974-75 period, I think mainly in 74, and played alongside them. So played with some pretty good players, and just unfortunately got injured in a tackle, and then, as I mentioned earlier, later a car accident. So just great to see that in the 70s he can be reinventing his sporting career, and reinventing it not just to play, but actually to play it at a really high level.
Yeah. And he'll be loving that. Most sports people that have played at a competitive level before, they do take to the game well, and they do still need that outlet, don't they? So it's great that Lloyd has found that.
And bowls are such a good fraternity too of people. You find a lot of people that have played, competitive sports and other, or competitively in other sports, I should say. And so it makes for some great chatter around the clubhouse when you start to hear some of the stories of what people have done in other sports, and that they bring to they bring to bowls. Nigel Rattray, who's been involved with bringing MetLife Care on as a sponsor, been very involved with Rugby League. Tony Popplewell, who's the chair of Bowls North Harbour at the moment, former Olympic rower. Neil Connell, president of Bowls North Harbour, former top footballer in Auckland, played for North Shore for many years. So there's a lot of stories in behind who they are as bowlers and bowls administrators that they bring to the game, which is really, really valuable.
Yeah, that's it. It's almost like they've had a whole other life, before they've come to bowls.
Yeah, and a bit like Terry Blackburn as a indoor, one of the finest indoor bowlers that New Zealand's ever seen.
Which is not an exaggeration.
No, and
it
dare I
feels
say
like
it,
one.
sitting next to someone who is rapidly establishing a reputation for himself and a record, Alex, as one of the finest indoor bowlers New Zealand has seen. So
You can come back into commentary anytime, Brett.
as someone who humbly played the game when I first got interested in bowls because I was too young to be a member of an outdoor club, I'm sitting amongst indoor bowls, Glitterati, and of course Terry, a world champion, and at outdoor bowls at the World Bowls on the Gold Coast, and when was that? Last year.
Yeah, it was last year,
Yeah,
August,
seems
September.
seems
yeah.
a long time ago.
It
About
feels a
12
long
months
time ago.
Yeah, so with Julie O'Connell as your partner, and so what does the season look like this year, Terry? What's on the agenda for you and on the greens?
Well, very much, a domestic season in the Waikato Centre, and coming up to Auckland for the National Disability Singles and Pairs, which I'm looking
Who
forward
are
to.
you playing with in those?
So yeah, singles obviously, just
Yep.
me, and Kurt Smith from Taranaki in the
Nice.
pairs. So that'll be good. And yeah, then after that, there is a Trans-Tasman event again between obviously New Zealand and Australia. The para contingent will be there in some way, shape or form. So fingers crossed, it'll be great to be involved in that again. It was really enjoyable earlier this year.
Little shout out to my cousin Janie Parsons, who's over in Western Australia. Hopefully Janie will be part of that Trans-Tasman if she gets the nod from the New Zealand selectors.
That's it.
But I know she'll be following the results here. I'm not sure if she's coming over for the New Zealand Para Champs. Do you know?
Oh, I'm not
Terry?
sure, sorry.
I must reach out to her. So
She's a very busy lady.
She absolutely, of course, another person who's participated in other sports, Olympic paracyclist for New Zealand. In fact, I think an Olympic medalist.
I was going to say bronze medalist. Yeah.
In the Olympics, and then after her body got a bit worn out for cycling, took up bowls, and again has done very, very well with the help of her husband Brent as her guide. So Lloyd holding one here as Andre just goes over the back, and we saw Lynn just covering a little bit with her first.
Yeah, it's probably one of their looser heads so far in this game.
Lynn keenly following this one down. She's close here.
How's the weight? That's
Yeah,
outstanding.
That's a shot herself. Great bowl, Lynn East.
It's like a reverse commentator's curse there, Terry. That's what the players can see. You can see the MetLife Care branding all over this Browns Bay Bowling Club as the headquarters for the New Zealand Masters.
Andre Rotenbach now. You say it's almost a fixed stance, just just a very small step, and he's close here too. Maybe just a little pacey, and he slips by. So 2 it is to Browns Bay, we think, from where we are in our commentary position, and plenty of room for Lenise to draw another one there.
You
Rinse and repeat.
You wouldn't bet against it based on how she's been going so far in this final.
No.
Opportunity just to open a little bit of breathing space, isn't it, for the Browns Bay combination?
Yep, Gold Star holder in North Harbour, and she's close again here. Oh, this is a great bowl.
Wow, she's made sure of the second one anyway.
Yep, just a little unlucky that her bowl didn't follow through with Lloyd's, but tightens the head up, as you said, Terry. 2 good shots here for.
So this is what Lloyd can what Andre can see. Is there merit to going underneath the short bowl? Jack or bowls? What's at the back?
Lynn has one at the very back, but still merit to it.
Could still probe.
Changes it up.
It's hard to see that he'd be worse off.
I think you'd at least get rid of a bowl if you're not getting the jack. That's what he was going for.
Yep, and you could just see as he let it go, he almost just lifted his head a little quickly. You know, really important with those shots that you stay down, even with weight, and just that body motion almost took the bowl with him.
I think it's one of those times he would have known the moment he let it go that he'd missed it wide, eh? You can feel it sometimes. The bowl's just got away from you and you go, well, that one's gone.
So two to Browns Bay, to Lynn East and Lloyd Sinton, and they bounce out to a 6-3 lead after the halfway point in this game. So now playing N7 of the 12, and at this stage you'd say probably just playing a little bit more steadily than the Papakura pair of Jerry Bremner and Andre Rotenbach, but
I think Lloyd and Lynn are combining really well where, obviously they both had a shot there this time, but I think on other ends, if Lloyd's there, Lynn might not be, but if Lloyd's not there, Lynn will be. So I think they're just combining really well.
So short end, as you can see, they're just pacing it out just to see how far up the mat is and whether it's met the minimum length. So
you would think at this stage, if it hasn't, absolutely this is going to be a long end, isn't it?
So
and
last
keep
time,
the mat right down at the 2 metre.
Last time this happened, it was put on the 2 metre mark, and of course Papakuta picked up a 2. So it'll be interesting. Although I imagine Lloyd will learn from that end.
Absolutely, and surprisingly to me anyway, Jerry Bremner has brought the mat up a little bit.
Thought it'd be stretched out.
Yeah, so I thought she might have taken it back to the 2 metre mark to really go long. But anyway, there'll be, I'm sure, a method in that. And so Lloyd with his first bowl, just perhaps overcorrecting, just coming around the back. But that's a handy opener.
Good way to miss, really, and that's I think that indicates to us that Lloyd has clocked that they were short last time it was a long end, so he's just thinking, well, make sure I'm past with my first bowl.
And Andre has shown an interest in being up to the head with weight when they're down. So, and Jerry Bremner should be disappointed with that. Just beautiful line, but pulling up well short. Lloyd.
Just resetting.
I just love how deliberate Lloyd is with everything he does. It's great to see. Yep, better one here. Maybe just again a little bit over. In fact, a lot over this time. Just going to end up in the ditch.
Whoop, whoop. Sometimes you get police let there be a lip.
As my old mentor Jim Campbell used to say to me, better there than in front, laddie. But I'm sure Lloyd will be looking to get a little bit closer with his third bowl as Jerry just makes the correction but slips past. So still 1 to Lloyd, plenty of room. But let's see what the 2 leads do with their last 2 bowls of the 7th end. Yeah, better line from Lloyd this time. How's this looking, Terry?
Yeah, it's going to pull up. The line was great.
So polite applause from the skip. So
this is really where Jerry will expect himself to draw the shot here. You should be holding one on the crossover as the Papakuta combination. Beautiful delivery, very smooth.
Yeah, very good technician. And
this one's a better effort.
Yep.
Down to the speed now.
Just pulls up.
They'll be disappointed at that. It seems like there's an ample amount of room here.
Let's see what the skips can come up with.
Isn't it funny how sometimes players are playing pretty consistently and suddenly there's a bit of a change, not necessarily a change in the length, but a change in the position of the mat, position of the jack, and it just throws people out.
And it feels like it's for no reason. Just as that slight sort of shift. It'll be interesting if this green hasn't been played on yet this season. We've had a lot of rain, and we've got the sun beating down. I'll be intrigued to see the water and the steam coming up underneath if it changes the speed of the green over the day.
Yep, sometimes these greens do sweat a little bit, and that's one of the things that you notice as the day goes on, that the line will just change a little bit. Of course, these players are only playing one game today, so they've only got to worry about the conditions now. But I think as the day goes on, I think the rink will play slightly different.
Well, as a skip, you'll be happy to have first crack at this with plenty of room.
So Lynn I think she's just going to pull up short here. Does she get past this second?
Well, if that's where the jack was,
Maybe.
it'd be a brilliant group.
And here's some food expertly delivered to us by Laurie Keane, who's one of the board members of Bowls North Harbour. Thank you, Laurie.
Thank you.
We've got
Absolutely
looks like some fresh
outstanding.
scones. Okay, thank you, Laurie. So at the cafe here at Browns Bay, they make a mean scone. I can tell you, mean scone and a mean toasted sandwich. And I sampled both when I was playing here on Monday. So thank you to the cafe, keeping us fortified as Andre just slips past. Look at this. You just cannot believe the way they've been playing.
And those early ends, they were shot for shot, weren't they? And within inches of the jack.
It's interesting because the green's not been a challenge for the players on this end, but to find the weight to get your bowl to stop at the 2 metre mark,
Yep.
appears to be difficult.
As I like to say, I've seen better hits on cabbages. It's definitely not what we've come to expect. Here on, we've got pikelets as well. So look,
Commentary might have to take a back seat while
just,
we have a nibble.
You guys talk amongst yourselves for a few seconds.
So Alex has disappeared into pikelet and jam as Lynn East draws the shot, changes her hand interestingly, and draws the shot. Still plenty of room.
It might make Andre change his hand, don't you think?
I agree. Though, yes, well called, Terry.
Yeah,
well
it's
called.
not to say that it wasn't there. I think there is a draw around that bowl, but visually and because he didn't nail it with that first one, he might be happy to change it up, as Lynn did. It worked for her, albeit still a lot of room.
Just going to slide out wide. So, well, it'll definitely cut out the front bowls.
Possibly.
Should be enough.
Possibly the shot,
Yeah, it could be shot.
Certainly,
In fact,
if it sits,
probably
but
is shot, actually, when I just look at the angle. Lloyd just giving Lynn a sense of, look, you're a metre short, so just beat your own bowl or turn your own bowl over and that'll make a shot.
It's interesting. It's not a game, obviously we talk about getting as close to the jack as you can, but you just have to be closer than your opposition. There's a world where the Papakura team are able to score a couple of shots here if Lynn is to miss, and it could be just getting 2 bowls within a metre.
That's
but
right.
They're worth the same as the shot we saw scored on N2, I think, where Lynn literally had to draw a bowl within 6 inches of the jack.
And it does demonstrate the importance of the jack, because we often talk about for leads it's like an extra bowl. The ability to just land it in the same place, so you're playing. So Lynn's changed her hand again.
This is such an important bowl.
And she's pretty close here.
yeah, if she squeaks
She's
past
played
these
this
front
really
ones,
well.
needs
The
to
slip
run.
past. Well, I hear applause from the Browns Bay contingent, so I'm going to call that as 1 to Browns Bay, 1 to Lynn East. Either that or they've been remarkably generous.
It doesn't change Andre's shot, I suppose, if he's up or down, but certainly you'd expect him to score with this one.
You would.
On the backhand.
Plenty of movement after he lets the bowl go.
All the warm pikelets as
And
well.
I think he's just, it's coming now. Well, let's have a look here. I think we might see the measure in action. Lloyd having a bit of a look. Jerry Bremner having a look. And Jerry's going to measure.
Oh, there we go. I was going to say. And
I can confirm the pikelets are warm. The jam is sweet. And if anyone's getting hungry, get on down to Browns Bay because there's plenty more where these came from.
Yeah, winning all round. Right, I'll put Terry and Brett can just enjoy their pike clips for a moment or two, and as we wait to see who scored what. Of course, if you are looking to get some more results from this MetLife Care New Zealand Masters, you can find them on Bowls Hub, Bowls Hub Aotearoa. There are links there on the Bowls North Harbour Facebook page and website, and it covers very nicely all the events, and there have been a number of events played over the last few days, so you can see what happened in section play and also what's going on in post section. Now, we're still measuring to see who's got what. Just await some sort of feedback from someone.
So I think Jerry first was measuring to see which of their bowls was closer.
Yes.
So we didn't
Well, I'm
quite
confused now.
catch the signal. So it looks like at least one to Papakura.
6-4 the score.
Yep, so one it is. 6-4. We've played 7 ends of 12 in this final of the MetLife Care New Zealand Masters 60 to 74 years of age mixed pairs. Reminding viewers that Lynn East and Lloyd Sinton are leading this game. Now, they were runners-up in this event last year against Bart Robertson and Elaine McClintock, and they're playing Jerry Bremner and Andre Rotenbach from the Papakura Club, as Jerry starts us off on this 8th end, and that's a little bit more like what we've been used to in terms of proximity to the jack. Just slips past. Great view there. Thank you, Colin.
Certainly a nice bowl to start with, isn't it? As a player, you think, oh yeah, I've got the green right and I'm just a mat and a half past the jack, so I can move back a little.
So well done to Andre Rotenbach on that last end. Drew a couple of good bowls in the back end of that. Lloyd just pulling up short, but that's probably the shot. But plenty of room.
And we should expect to see this be within a foot or two of the jack. She's played a perfect first bowl.
Yep, out on a good line here. The weight comes off, we'll start to see it swing. And
the other unusual thing in bowls, isn't it, is a lead. I've always found it easier to pull my weight back off. If you miss heavy with your first bowl, it's quite easy to adjust shorter, and ordinarily you find yourself essentially on the jack, whereas if you fall short, as we see Lloyd has done, it becomes easier to actually overcorrect. It's very rare to see that second bowl be effective. For whatever reason, I don't know what there's probably...
Yeah, I think that's a good ritual to get into when you're leading. Just try and make sure that you're over, because...
Miss past with your first one, and then pull it back.
Lloyd with his second one on a good line here. Going to slip round the front bowl. He is.
He's on
and
the money
he's
here.
Gobble a jack. Well played, Lloyd
Great shot.
Sinton. Great bowl.
Literally the reverse of what I was just saying.
Whole lot of applause from the Browns Bay faithful. Got a big bunch of people in the clubhouse and some people around the greens watching, sitting along the side. Jerry Bremner now with her last bowl of this 8th end, and again just out on the high side. Probably just finishing short with your last bowl. Jack's been moved, so you think I've got to put a little bit more on, and
that's what Alex was referring to before.
Yep, nicely called, Alex, in advance of that.
Eventually.
But perfect example. So Lloyd, he'll want to just make sure he's reaching with this one. On a good line again here. I'll tell you what, have a look at this, folks.
Yeah, he's found his groove again.
That's outstanding. What a bowl.
Oh yeah, and a
Couple of touches for Lloyd.
Bank that any day of the week.
Big smile.
Great to see Terry, some of the developments between World Bowls and the International Bowls Disabled Organisation. Paul Brown, their chair, and Phil Hewler from New Zealand, who's the Bowls New Zealand president, also very involved. And in my capacity as a board member of World Bowls, we've been having a lot of discussions about how we can work more closely together. We'd love to see we've had the launch in June of the World Bowls Series rankings, and they've become a must-watch for players as the rankings change every month. And we're really hoping to bring para or disabled rankings into that, and again just to create interest for players around the world. And I expect to see your name pretty close to the top of that list, Terry.
Who knows? Like anything, it'll fluctuate, but no, it'll be a cool addition to the bowls. You know, it seems to have been really well received in the open bowls framework.
Well, there's never any harm in having conversation about who's where, right?
That's right.
There's no harm in having something like that. I think
We
it's
see
a
it
cool
often
initiative.
in a lot of other sporting codes, don't we? So, yeah, why not? Why not introduce it to the bowls world?
And I can tell you, Alex, I have some frequent correspondents who, whenever the rankings come out, write to me and ask me, now, why has my ranking changed from this number to this number? And are all my events included? Because we're working on a rolling 12-month basis, so
Yes.
events fall off. And we also face the challenge that sometimes the event organisers forget to send us their ranking sheet so we can fill in the rankings, but organisers are getting better at that. But yeah, it really has stimulated a lot of interest. Now, Andre would be disappointed with this. He was short with his first one and short with his second. So 2 it is to Lloyd Sinton and Browns Bay.
Beginning to feel like a key end, isn't it? If we think we're on end 8 of 12 and the Papakura team are already trailing by 2 shots, if they drop a 2 or more here, it then becomes quite a long road back to make it even on the last end.
It sure does.
Yeah, it feels like they've been on the back foot for the entire game, really, but only by a little way, and then they sort of, close that gap.
Catchable margin.
Yeah, but it could well be that Browns Bay pull away that little bit further after this end. There's no real direct route to the jack here either, so...
Draw the
No.
2 metre mark and pray.
Yeah, so Jerry just pacing it out for Andre there just to show Lynn can't watch. So Andre, what can he do here?
Oh, came out of his hand nicely.
Yeah, I just wonder whether he's tight again. You've got to take your green on these surfaces, and yeah, he's going to run into that short bowl again.
Well,
Just
Speed
didn't
is
really
a
give
lot
it a
better.
chance. So 2 it is to Browns Bay. I agree with you, Alex. I think this is pretty critical. Lynn just slipping past with his second bowl. Lloyd just saying, right, that's where I need you to be. A little... Oh,
There's been a few opportunities for bonus shots from both teams, and I'm not sure that we've seen many executed.
right.
So
Well, what can Lynn East do here? Yeah, on a pretty good line again.
Here we go.
Is she a bit overweighted again, or is she going to pull up? It's breaking.
That's lovely
with a
stuff.
sit
Yeah, I think
down, it
that's
would
3.
help.
That looks like, I'm going to call that 3. That looks like 3 to me.
I'm on board with that.
1,
Out
2.
come 2.
It will be 3.
Jerry having a good look. Sometimes you just don't want it to be 3.
Yeah.
You think, well, if I measure, maybe it won't be. And it's quite possible that it's not. Jenny Daniels there, and the umpire just in waiting as Lloyd pops over and
Just the
always got a smile on his face, Lloyd.
Yeah,
I
he
just
does.
love the energy and enthusiasm he brings to everything he does.
Oh, he's so great to be around as well.
I think it's 3. I think
3 would hurt too, wouldn't it?
I think Lynn's played the bonus. Yep, she has. Well done, Lynn East, adding that 3rd shot. So that's, as you said, Alex, that could be just the critical end here as they move out to 9-4. Still 4 ends to go, but we haven't seen. That's the biggest number I think we've seen so far in the game.
Yeah, it is. Yeah. So it just that's what we're saying, isn't it? It just feels like a 5-shot margin, if everything, all else remains equal, should be defensible for this Browns Bay team. So it just requires a bit of scoring to come from the Papakura side.
Lloyd. Yep, got that away pretty well, Lloyd. Yep, back into the sort of favoured length. I know, talking to a number of the players that play with the arm, they do tend to prefer playing slightly longer ends because they feel like, it's you just get you
can work that follow through, can't you?
That's right. On the short end, sometimes, particularly if the green's quick, it can be a bit tricky just to get that absolute fine touch of it. So I don't know. I haven't had a chance to talk to Lloyd about how he's finding playing with the arm, but as we can see here, he's going pretty well. Just pulling up short here, but beautiful line. And this really is the end that Papakura need to score here. They really can't afford Browns Bay to get any further in front. Garth Partridge just wanders past, the centre manager for Bowls North Harbour, very busy man this week. And running this event, and it's gone off without a hitch.
A good opening bowl from Jerry.
Okay, I've just had a message from one of our viewers asking about the scores in the other game, so I will use that as an opportunity to go and have a look. And I'll be back in a sec.
Cool. Enjoy your walk.
Taking a scone for his travels.
Fair enough too. It's been an impressive standard in this game, hasn't it, Terry?
Yeah, particularly those early ends. They came out the gates firing. Sometimes that happens in games though, where it can loosen off. It's really hard to maintain that level for a long period of time. This is of course a 12-end game, as opposed to the usual, 15 or 18 ends.
It's interesting, too often it dominoes, doesn't it? So if one team plays well, you match them, but if someone falls off,
you match them again.
You only have to be better than the opposition. Your bowl only has to be closer than the next closest shot. So sometimes that results in some heads that are looser than they could be. Which
is a really good psychological point to remember, I think, when you're playing a game. I know that sometimes, and I can think of a game on the weekend where I felt like I just wasn't quite getting it and I was struggling, but actually, our team was still, 1 up, 2 up, and so it's just remembering, yes, it might not be that pretty all the time, but if you're happy enough just doing enough, that way you're not spiralling.
Sometimes it's the only way to do it, and I think that's the difference between our champions and perhaps players who don't win quite so often, is they find a way, You've got world champions out there who've won events playing amazing, but how often with those calibre of players you walk past and you see there'll be maybe 4 or 5 down on the card and go, oh, they're in trouble. And 9 times out of 10 when you go to see how they've gone at the end of it, they found a way to win that match, because you just sort of find a way.
Well, our man with the updates has walked back into the room. What's the lay of the land, Brett?
I can confirm the scone was very nice on my walk, but more importantly, in the pairs final, this is for the 75 years and over, Murray Matheson and Geraldine White from the Takapuna Club are leading Anne Muir and Ian Bowick by 9 shots to 6 after 10 ends. The Takapuna pair were 8-3 in front, but Anne Muir in classic fashion with her partner Ian Bowick clawed back, but Takapuna have just scored to move to 9-6 after 10 of the 12 ends. So we'll keep you posted on that, on those scores as that game progresses. Quite a nice crowd building up outside, and good to catch up with a few of the players getting ready for their finals at 11 o'clock. And MetLife Care, we've got Two of their team are coming in to be the
Yes, yep.
guest commentators for the next game, which is great. And just talking to them, they just said they're absolutely loving their involvement with the tournament, just really enjoying the interaction. So that's great to see in their first year of sponsorship of this event.
Absolutely. Well, Andre had a pretty effective bowl coming down there, sitting off Jerry's bowl. Not sure who's holding.
It looks pretty close. Maybe Lloyd just still got it with that bowl. You just
That
can't
wing
quite see
bowl.
it. Yeah, there it is. Thank you, team.
Just having a conversation about which the best option is.
Because there's still plenty of room on that hand, so that's you can see Lloyd saying, "I need you to match those bowls at the back, because if Andre gets any movement on that jack, it could get messy." So Lynn playing the forehand, the open hand of the two, and just start to see the bowl breaking in now. Not far away. Not
This is a
far
beautiful-
away. Just going to
beautiful
drop
effort.
short. Probably not a bad angle, not a bad space, place should I say, because it does tighten that shot up a little bit. But actually, there's plenty of room really around that bowl if you've got good green to get there.
Yeah, it might change it visually, but really the shot is probably still the same.
Grimace from Andre, didn't like it. Oh, and yeah, he's got
Wow.
Lynn's bowl. Oh, that's unlucky.
If he snuck past, it would have been interesting.
Yeah, beautiful weight for the shot, beautiful speed. So Lloyd now
Yeah, time to change hands.
change hands, get around in there. You can see exactly what he's directing. And as we've seen before, the bowls will turn around there. You got that late finish. Here's Tony Popperwell, the Bowls North Harbour chair, just sitting with his arms folded there, former Olympic rower, very involved with Olympic Commonwealth Games movement in New Zealand. And Lynn, yeah, just not quite the speed or the line there, just finishing out wide. So big moment here in this game. Probably 2 to Takapuna, but every opportunity for Andre. If he can pick that jack up, they're right back in this game.
Yeah, I think that's what they need to be looking at, and they are.
Yeah, now's the hour, isn't it? You're 5 down on the ninth end.
Just saw a wee shrug of the shoulders, but I think he's, it's make or break.
Yeah, I think it makes it easier to commit to when you know that this is your opportunity. You play it with no fear.
That's it.
He's moving at some speed back down to the other end of the green.
I wonder if he'd be tempted to play for the bowls and then look to come off those bowls onto the jack, as a way of, as a bit more of a percentage shot. I don't think he'll change his hand, but I think that's another option. He could have played his backhand and looked for the bowls, but no, he's going to stick with the forehand. He was close last time, just got timbered on the short bowl of Linese. So here we go. Well, he stayed down on it, and that's a good start.
Oh, I'm not sure if it's going to break in time.
Just drawing though,
More
isn't
of a
he?
draw.
Oh, well, I fully expected that to be heavier.
Yeah, maybe in their conversation they decided that, if it's a miss, maybe it wasn't a risk they were willing to take at this stage.
Well,
So no measuring. So I think Lloyd's got the shot. Yep, he's got the match. So it's definitely 1 to Takapuna. We'll just check the scoreboard. We'll call it as 1 because I think that's what it was.
yeah, it was. And we're on the 10th end now. 6 shots the difference. So
That was a big opportunity, wasn't
Yeah.
it? That was all them at the back.
Yeah, I really think that was a missed opportunity. I mean, at that stage of the game, 4 shots is 9-8. Even if you'd drawn the shot, you're still 4 behind with 2 ends to go.
certainly it just makes it challenging to see a road back here for the Papakura team.
Or 3 ends to go, I should say. So, yeah, maybe they looked at it and thought they still had an even chance. But, yeah, you don't get many opportunities in a game. What would you have played, Terry?
Yeah, I would have been looking for a trail. Reaching through the jack. And it didn't really matter how far back the jack went because it was all them, whether it was a metre or 2 metres or even into the ditch, it was all them at the back. Probably worth 3 or 4.
So Lloyd Sinton.
Even so, It's only 3 twos when you think about it, if you're breaking it up mathematically.
Well, it just means that this absolutely, if last end wasn't the end for Papakura to score, this end absolutely has to be it, doesn't it? Because otherwise, you
Quite
just,
possibly the next 3,
Yep.
depending on what numbers they're scoring.
Yep,
Go on.
great opener from Lloyd. Nice and close.
Here we go.
Yeah, this looks good from Jerry Bremner.
Just going to slide by. So probably Lloyd still holding here, I think. But plenty of room.
No doubt this one will be passed,
Yep.
if anything.
Played this pretty well. Now the weight comes off and it's going to break into the head. That's another good bowl. Well played, Lloyd Sinton. He really has been
been
a
very
model
steady.
of consistency in this game. Probably only had one really loose end.
I don't think we often see Lloyd short twice.
Yep.
Every now and then he's short with his first one, but he quite often corrects, which is great to see.
Jerry Bremner just dropping short. I'm going to call Lloyd as holding, I think.
Yeah.
And Lanice just saying,
Go
just
again.
come down there, Lloyd. You know, plenty of room. Play the same bowl again. Yeah, he's on a good line again. Here it comes.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's good stuff.
Handy wherever it goes.
Yep.
It's
Yeah,
not a
he gets-
bad call to go past.
Yes, he gets the hip clap from Lanice, and that's a nice view of what the players can see. And we can see Lloyd holding at least one there, and Andre just giving Jerry Bremner where the level of the jack.
Yeah, that gives options for Andre.
Handy bowl.
Yeah, very handy. Pete Shen and the white vest. You'll see Pete. There he is, just chatting to Neil Connell in the hat, who's the president of Bowls North Harbour. Nigel Rattray next to him, who's the on the board and very involved with Hobsonville Bowling Club, which is one of the real up-and-coming clubs, award-winning club here in Bowls North Harbour. And Pete in the white shirt, and the work he and his team at Browns Bay do here is just fantastic. And you know, once again, they've distinguished themselves over the last few days, and not just because of the pikelets and the scones.
Oh, that does. I mean, that's very helpful. They were delicious.
So Lynn East on a good line here. Look at this, folks.
That's a lovely shot.
Shot itself, yep. Yeah, I even heard a whoop from the crowd. They really getting into their voice now as they can see this game coming down to the wire. Andre,
You'd be looking for a bit of movement here, wouldn't you? There's a couple of things to work with.
Now's the time.
yep.
Got a white bowl at 8 o'clock to the jack that you could look to trail it to, or even past.
Yeah, and if you happen to be a touch tight, you know, you've got wriggling options.
Here we go. He stayed down.
Jerry
good,
looks
Jer-
interested.
Yeah, he's got
Here's
a
the
good
wriggle.
result here.
Oh, too much of a wriggle.
Oh, it's a good start though, isn't it? You know, it's a bowl that was within a foot or two of the right green.
But I hate to say it, they might be 3 down now.
True.
You know, that was their closest bowl. So Lloyd getting himself organised here. Oh, that bowl's out. No,
No.
they were looking at the wrong mark. I think they were looking at the
Oh,
yellow
the yellow.
mark, which is the which is used when the green's played in a different direction.
I'd be pretty surprised if that bowl was not in bounds.
Yep. So Lynn
On the forehand now, is
Yep.
she?
she'll be looking to just get round behind, I think, just making sure that, you know, they get a position bowl in there because Andre's going to be playing with weight. Just start to see the bowl breaking into view. No, she's drawn another shot actually.
Oh, you're putting all the
Wow.
eggs in one basket, crossing your fingers.
Well, you've got Lloyd's bowl, I suppose, right at the back there. So, and this starts to become, really white knuckle time for Papakura.
She might have had the intention of drawing past sometimes, you know. Sometimes you do drop it a bit short. Yeah,
So-
he's going again.
You're essentially game down here.
They are. Yep. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think if he can't reduce it here, then you're right, game over. So,
He's lining up big, is he? I think 3 down is as bad as 1 down at this point. You know, they need to score. So I wouldn't be too caught up in how many
Yep.
down they are.
Just hit it.
so you see the MetLife Care representative there just having a chat to Neil Connell as so. What can Andre Rotenbach do here? On the run.
They still look interested.
Oh.
Oh, he's gotten rid of another one. But Lynn just keeps putting them back.
She
Yeah.
does. Now Lloyd having a bit of a look, just giving. So they don't really need any more shots.
No, I'd be looking at the back now. They've
Yep.
got another one out there now.
I would have thought so.
Probably where Lloyd's standing.
Yep. Let's see what Lynn does.
Andre on for a walk.
I think she's just drawn another shot.
It's a fascinating decision.
Yeah,
That's
well,
all I got.
dropping short would not have been my my call.
Just a little.
And of course, the danger always is, you think you've got one back bowl, but if he plays with big weight and gets that jack and follows through and takes that bowl out, suddenly you've got no bowls past the jack. And I think in that situation, just very very dangerous.
Is it? It's not too tight on the backhand, is it?
The backhand looks easier than the
Yeah,
forehand, to
and
be
I think you
honest.
get a nicer angle on the jack, don't you?
'Cause the backhand short bowl is lower, so you could get underneath it a bit easier, I think.
The pairs final has been completed, and we'll bring you that score in just a second. I just saw Anne Muir disappear into the club with her bowling bag, and I won't suppose.
I was going to say, where did you look? All right, here we go. This is essentially to keep this match a chance for the Papakura team. It's going to drive bowl or jack.
It's on its way.
Brownsby opted not to cover. And they were right. He wasn't far away there, just a bowl wide.
No, he had 3 fair attempts, really.
So out
He was
comes
always
one.
connecting with bowls on the head.
Out comes 2. And we
Lloyd
may be
likes the
pretty close to
third.
shake hands here. I'd personally probably play another end because you never know. You know, you've still got a mathematical chance of winning. But, this game rapidly slipping away. While measuring that, I'll just check on the pairs' final score.
Thanks, Brett. So it's at least an 8-shot difference going into this penultimate end. So the minimum for Papakura to score is a 3 at this stage. And we'll see if that changes based on the outcome of this measure.
Yeah, Lloyd favoured the third bowl.
That was 3, wasn't it?
Yeah. So that takes the score to 13-4, favouring Browns Bay. 9 shots the difference with 2 ends to play.
And I can confirm it was down to the wire, but when the dust cleared, it was Murray Matheson and Geraldine White from the Takapuna Club who have won the 75 plus mixed pairs. 9-8 was the final score against Anne Muir and Ian Bowick from Northland. So a great achievement from Murray and Geraldine. And Murray Matheson's involved in 2 more finals today. He's a busy guy, but I had a chat to Murray earlier, and he was pretty philosophical and said, well, not that much more bowls than I play normally in a week. So for the former Olympic hockey representative for New Zealand and very decorated Bowls North Harbour player, and Geraldine White also been a very competitive player in North Harbour over the last few years. That's a great achievement. So congratulations to them. And I think in pretty close order we're going to see Lloyd Sinton and Lynn East join them. And what a great story this is, as the beaten finalist last year, but also given Lloyd's backstory and Lynn's long career as a top bowler in North Harbour. I imagine the reception here is going to be something quite special to be part of.
Lloyd just continuing his form on this end, his first bowl within Kui of the Jack. Essentially, if you're Browns Bay point of view, reasonably comfortable here. If you drop a 3, you might be forced to play another end, but you're defending a 6-shot lead at that stage.
Yep,
I think not randomly spraying them for no reason, I suppose. You just play a normal end of bowls and you should be okay.
Yeah, I think Lynn's got the experience to know how to cover. Just probably making sure that they've got back bowls, because Andre will be attacking, I'm sure, if he needs to. Jerry Bremner close here. Yeah, that's 2 of her best bowls in the game. Yep. Yeah, 2 shots. So, not over yet. But they need a lot more of those. Lynn East just having a bit of a look just to see who's got what.
Yeah, I mean, it probably doesn't change their shot at this stage.
I wouldn't have thought so.
Still, either way, he's obviously found the line twice on his backhand.
Wouldn't hurt for him to be slightly over, just to give Lynn something to play to. She's played this the forehand side going this way reasonably well through the game. Let's see. Oh, he's on the move. He's close here. He's just going to get a touch on that front bowl. Oh,
Yeah,
well
helps.
played, Lloyd Sinton. What a great bowl.
Yeah, really solid last end.
Yeah.
On second to last end, I should say. Depending on what happens, of course.
So 1 it is to Browns Bay. And while Papakura still have an opportunity to move that jack to score, it really just tightens the end up, doesn't it, Terry, in terms of the head, and Jerry Bremner just putting on that extra weight, looking to get some movement on the jack, and unfortunately he's finishing past. So
Lovely line.
I would imagine Lynn will go to the back here. But she may figure it's pretty hard to get a hold of that jack.
Be interesting to see what Andre opts to play. I mean, we know he has to get jack movement, doesn't he? It has to be moved, but it's whether you think you could cut in enough on the forehand to draw the jack back a little bit, or whether he tries to play it on his backhand side.
And Lynn may figure, look, I'll just draw a shot. Just draw the shot, just tighten the end up and not give him a free hit, and that would be just as valid as well.
9 shots up on this penultimate end.
And having a good study of this, breaking in now. She's close.
Well, she's actually snicked the jack slightly. Still a good bowl. She's level. So this bowl here from Andre, he has to move the jack back, doesn't he?
Yep.
Either way, doesn't matter.
Yeah, it doesn't matter which hand.
Probably the forehand if you made me pick, because I think your bowl can follow can follow the jack in that sort of 4 or 5 o'clock direction, which means it will count. But either hand, really. Three's the minimum score here to force the last end.
That's right.
Otherwise, it can't be played, can it? If it's mathematically impossible, that's the laws in post section now?
I believe that's the case. So, Andre's on a good line here.
He's not far away.
Needs it
something.
to turn. Oh.
Good effort. Possibly he's a little quick for the shot. He does want to. So Lloyd says to Lynn, come around the back here. Get us a catcher. I'm not sure she's got the speed. Oh, it's a nothing bowl.
I think she just briefly might have thought about the fact that they've essentially won this game. I think she was perhaps thinking about what she might say in her speech. Or
Yep, she'll just be reflecting on that. She's played the game for a long time, and she'll know that that's not where she needed to be.
Here's another
Andre's
reasonable
played
attempt.
this well. He's going to get the outside edge.
oh, now you've locked off the jack movement. Back.
Yeah, I'm going to call this. I think it's very hard to see Papakura getting back into this. He's going to need a miracle shot.
Well, the best ball he could play is for 3, and that's still, you need 6 on the last end.
Can
That's right.
Have you seen something?
Possibly get both bowls.
Yeah, both bowls on the forehand.
Oh yeah, that works. Okay, 4.
So what?
See what Lynn comes up with. It looks.
Just going deep. So you're talking about getting the smallest feather of that bowl that sits at 9 o'clock, Terry,
Yep.
on the forehand, so that you then come and remove the bowl that sits at 6.
Yeah, that's it. There we go. Thank you, Andre.
Yep.
Inside edge of Lloyd's blue bowl onto Lynn East's bowl. They'll be sitting for 3 because he'll stay.
And if he is
With the
narrow
right
and
speed.
gets the jack full, there is a possibility
It's like a rattle chance, or
that because they do have the back bowls. We'll just give you a view of the where all the back bowls are. There you are, so you can see Jerry right at the back. You can see Andre right at the back. So if he was to get the jack full and maybe over towards that yellow point, they might make 3.
Yeah, I
But
think he'd need the stars to align a little bit. 2, yes, 3 might be a stretch, but not impossible.
So let's have a look. Is this the last bowl of the final?
It'd be a cool shot if he pulls
he's
it
not
off.
far away
He's
here.
close. He's close.
Oh, please.
With
1,
Jen.
2.
Inside edge.
Oh!
Such
Oh,
a great
unlucky.
Robbed.
effort. Almost perfection.
Unlucky.
Good enough for 1 maybe, but not the shots required to go another end.
So 1 it is.
It's going to be that.
And that's it. Our champions in this MetLife Care New Zealand Masters 60 to 74 years mixed pairs are Lynn East and Lloyd Sinton. Fairy tale story for the Browns Bay club and the Browns Bay team playing on their home greens. They beat Jerry Bremner and Andre Rotenbach 14 shots to 4 in this MetLife Care sponsored final. And Andre Rotenbach very kindly thanking the officials and thanking the helpers that have been involved with this great sport he is. And he and Jerry Bremner will be disappointed. But great delight here at Browns Bay for Lynn and Lloyd. Runners up last year and winners this year in the MetLife Care New Zealand Masters. Terry, what a game. What a story.
Oh, absolutely. We've referred to Lloyd's smile, and I don't think you'll see it wiped off his face, especially after this win.
Yeah, no, for sure. Oh, I was just in my own little world. That's a good. No, thank you, Brett and Terry, for joining me for this commentary. For those tuning in on the live broadcast, the final of the 60 to 74 men's pairs is what is up next between Gary Fraser and Paul Price, who take on Gregory Hearn and Charlie McDonald. It was scheduled for 11 a.m., but given that we've just finished at 20 past 10, I wouldn't stray too far from your televisions because hopefully we'll be starting earlier than that. So we'll see you then, and thank you again.
When someone you care about is going through a tough time, it can be hard to know what to do. Here's 10 ways you can help someone who is struggling. Listen. You might want to give advice, but most people just want to feel heard. Be there. You don't have to fix their problems or find the perfect thing to say. Just let them know you'll be there when they need you. Let them know you get it. Let them know you get why they're struggling, given what they're going through. Knowing their feelings are normal and okay can make the world of difference. Offer practical support. Ask them what you can do to take some of the pressure off. Maybe you could make them a meal or do something to help around the house. Give time. Sometimes simply being there is enough. Hug it out. When appropriate, a hug can bring so much comfort. Talk it out. Offer to be their sounding board and kōrero with them about what they're going through. Remind them how much they matter. Let them know how much you and others care and how important they are. Remind them of their strength. They might not feel strong right now, so remind them of the strength you know they have. Help find them support. Offer to help them find the right services and support they need. For more information and to try an online therapy course, go to justathought.co.nz.
Good morning and welcome back to the Bowls New Zealand coverage of the Bowls North Harbour MetLife Care New Zealand Masters for 2024. We've already seen one final and it is time to watch another one, which is always good news, and it is the 60-74 men's pairs final between Gary Fraser and Paul Price taking on Gregory Hearn and Charlie McDonald. My name is Alex Reid. I'm joined again in commentary for this match by Terry Blackburn, and we've got two special guests for the first half hour from our sponsors, MetLife Care. We'll go one at a time, but I'll get you to introduce yourselves, please. So the viewers obviously can't see me, but we'll go furthest away and then next.
Hi Alex, I'm Corinza and I'm here representing MetLife Care, and I've got a beautiful village in Hibiscus Coast Village.
Hi Alex, I'm Susie. I actually have two villages. I look after the Poynton and Takapuna and also Seven St Vincent and Remuera.
Cool, very good.
Excited to be here today.
Yeah.
Been swatting up on the Bowls terminology, I'm sure.
What did you think of the first game?
Oh, fantastic. Actually, I've got a little bit of a story if you've got a second.
Yeah, go for it.
One of the winners, Geraldine White, is actually a resident at the Poynton, one of my villages, and she hadn't played bowls until she moved into the village, but her apartment overlooked the green. So she started, and now look at her, she's a champion.
Oh, amazing.
So
That's
exciting.
a terrific story. Yes, I did hear during the prize giving, they said she was, the pin-up girl for MetLife.
Yeah.
So
She is now.
I love it. No, it was a brilliant morning out there. We were saying you can't beat outdoor bowls in weather like that. The sun was shining.
Absolutely, yeah. It's a lovely club, Browns Bay. Okay.
Great start here by the Northland side.
Yeah, that's Paul Price and whoever else I've got written down. Gary playing for Northland. Paul is playing for his uncle, who turned 100 last year and passed away a couple of weeks ago, so at 101. So he said he was playing for him. Peter Sheehan is his name. There's
Nice.
a story on the Bowls New Zealand website on Peter. So have either of you had an opportunity to have a roll up at one of the bowling greens at your villages before?
Not at the village, but I live up in Mangawhai and we've got a bowling club up there,
Yes, that's
so
lovely
business
club.
house bowls, yes. Fun, a lot of fun.
How do you go?
Not bad.
Like
First time they set me up with this and told me the bias, gave me the wrong
Oh, the wrong
bias.
information.
Purposely, I have to say. So I was in the ditch.
First bowl just reaching past. So the players have had trial ends there and back again before this final, which is 12 ends. I believe this is the first year that MetLife Care have been involved with the New Zealand Masters. What sort of feedback have you guys had about this event around the traps?
I mean, it's been fantastic. We're just so impressed by all the bowlers and how they've embraced us, and yeah, it's been fantastic.
Mm-hmm.
It's actually really good to see Charlie playing because I sponsor the Milford Bowling Club separately, and gosh, what a great guy he is. It's a great club.
This is Charlie.
Yes, yeah.
They've just celebrated their 40th year as a bowling club, I believe, Milford, which is actually quite young for a bowling club. There was a group of industrial residents in the 80s that got that set up there.
Ah, right. So I did hear that the Browns Bay Bowling Club is the home of bowls. Is that right? Is that what they?
Or every bowling club's the home of bowls.
Well, it was the president that told me that. So hey.
They were the headquarters of a Nationals, was it last year, in Auckland, and they will be hosting the World Champ of Champ singles later this year.
I heard, yeah.
Yeah, it's certainly a great facility, and when they had the floods up in Auckland, they were quite well affected, weren't they? They was telling me out there that the water was up to the fence line out there. So coming up under the floors. So they've really turned that around and got it back to a really good state. many a bowler like coming to play here, that's for sure.
I understand they share this facility with the RSA and a few other community groups.
It's
Brilliant.
Yeah, bowls clubs are like a great community hub, aren't they?
They are. They bring people together. A lot like villages.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So talk to us a little bit about MetLife Care. I know in New Zealand, like I come from Te Aronga, which is the retirement capital of New Zealand. There's retirement villages everywhere. But talk to us a little bit about MetLife Care. What are you guys? How many villages do you have? Where
We've
are they
got
spread
36 villages currently, with more developments on the way.
through? Only 36?
Yeah.
We've got over 7,000 residents now, so we're definitely growing.
Yeah. They're a very popular place to be nowadays. They really are. Yeah.
So it does allow a lifestyle, doesn't it?
It does,
To the
yeah.
retirement villages.
When we find that people move in and they actually start, it's like coming out of retirement, and they start playing sports that they've never tried before, or cards or clubs. There's all sorts of things on offer for them. It's great.
And it's quite funny because before, I think it was Garth, he was saying to me
Yeah.
that people that start bowls say, gosh, we wish it started 10 years ago. Well, that's what a lot of residents going into the point and say, we wish we'd moved in earlier.
Yeah,
that
true
makes
that.
sense. Yeah.
Yeah.
So that was the first end. It looks like it was 2 to the Carmo team, according to the scoreboard. So I'll just update that. So 2 on the first end.
Go Carmo.
A good first end too. Lots of bowls within Kui.
It's nice to see this broadcast rink outfitted as well. I think Browns Bay've done a fantastic job in dressing this headquarter venue,
Have
haven't
they ever? Yeah. Have you tried the pikelets?
Yeah, we had
Nice.
some.
We had to take a small break from the commentary while I fed my face. Yeah, we had them while they were warm.
They were
so
delightful.
Bonus.
Yeah.
We're looking forward to lunch now.
Yeah.
We have heard they do a good toasted sandwich.
Brilliant.
I'm sure many other
Brilliant.
options as well.
Yeah. Now, I must say, they were boasting about their prices for the beer. And I said, yeah, but at my village, it's $2.50 for a bottle of beer, $3 for a glass of wine. They were silent.
Is that why?
That's why they're so
residents
popular.
wanna come sooner?
One of the
Well,
reasons.
Yeah, that's certainly a draw card, I'm sure.
Just waiting for this bowl to come back in. Good green, just pushed a little bit too far. Let's watch this bowl from the player's angle.
Yeah, this one's coming in nicely. Be a good home. Still plenty of room though.
I think it is handy to have the players dressed in the TV shirts. So we've got the red shirts that match the red on the scoreboard and the blue shirts that match the blue.
Looking amazing.
Yeah, the shirts look great and they were well received.
I
During the prize giving, they were talking
I
about them.
know. Yeah.
It sounds like they might even put in an order if there's interest.
We
Might
can
need
give them a deal if they want extras.
Might need to add my name to the list.
Nearly.
Mm. Is grass more popular than carpet? Would you say?
Yeah, I suppose
They each
Yeah.
have a purpose, don't they?
we've seen artificial greens or carpet greens become more popular in the last 10 years or so. A lot of clubs, or the manpower that it takes to keep a grass green
Yes,
upkept is
yeah.
more than a carpet. So I think bowlers, it's quite nice to play on a grass green if you ask them between the two. But artificials and carpet greens are improving out of sight now, and we're in a space where they actually play just as well as a grass green most often. So it's not really an answer to your question.
Yeah.
But they sort of are a...
Yeah, I think the
Yes.
preference is typically, grass over carpet. However, there's just so many benefits to the carpet green. So, yeah.
Must be quite expensive to maintain a grass green.
Yeah, definitely. Expensive to probably, that first cost of getting an artificial would be quite hefty. But then once it's there, it's a lot more, cost effective.
Like a 10-year life for an artificial or a carpet, and you can't accidentally kill it. There's so many horror stories in bowls of the wrong weed killer, or you get the floods or whatever, and you wake up in the morning and your grass is all the wrong colour.
Our bowling green started off with I think you call it AstroTurf grass, but wasn't very popular because I believe it can scratch your bowls.
Yes,
and they've recently changed to carpet, so they're wrapped. But it was interesting because the green was quite worn, so the bowls used to be quite fast, and then we got the new carpet green, and it just slowed it down so much.
Is that what they want, for it to be slower? Or do they like it fast, or does it make a difference?
Personal preference. In New Zealand, we talk about our quick greens in New Zealand, which means it's compacted and you don't have to. The effort to get the bowl to reach the target is less because it's not being slowed down by the surface.
Right.
And a slow green just requires a bit more push. And it's all counterintuitive because we say a quick green, but it takes longer for the bowl, and we say a slow green, and it takes quicker for the bowl to get there. So.
This is a lovely bowl.
Look at
if
this.
it
This looks
finishes off.
good. Looks good.
Nice shot. So I think Northland holding 2 shots, the 2 closest ones, the one at 12 and the one at 6 o'clock on your screen. What would
do
you
you
do
think?
here, Terry?
I was about to ask you the same question. I don't know. I'm still favouring the draw, to be honest. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, I wouldn't have said much different. I think on the backhand side, but just to the right of your screen, you just try and draw a bowl as close as you can.
Yeah, I don't think you'd be achieving too much by playing with any weight here.
No, nothing to hit.
When I was at Belmont Bowling Club the other day, I saw a yellow jack, and I'd never seen a yellow jack before. What was that all about? They're usually white.
Yeah, they often have yellow jacks on the carpet greens, don't they?
Yeah.
Ah,
So often they're a heavier jack on a carpet,
okay.
on a carpet
Gotcha.
green.
yeah.
I think we should change the colours for the jack, though. That'd be cool. That'd be a neat innovation for a tournament
There
like
you
this. You
go.
could get it branded up MetLife Care.
Yeah, I love it.
Jack.
Oh my God.
Alex is colourblind, so...
Yeah, don't make them red. I'll get very confused.
Yeah, the red and the green doesn't go so
True.
well for him. Which is quite funny because they're quite opposite colours.
It's confusing.
To him, they look grey.
Red and
Yeah.
green and blue and purple, all
True.
the same colour.
My husband's the same, Alex. Yeah.
We live a life of confusion. It took me a long time to realise that people cared about Putakawa trees. At Christmas time, they go, look at the beautiful tree, and I go,
Yeah, I was actually just
It's just
thinking,
a tree.
that was me. That's me. I said, I love Pahutakawa trees and you're missing out.
Yeah. How long have you been playing, Alex?
well, I am 30 now, and I started when I was 8. So 20, I think this is 22 or 23 years of bowls for me.
What
And
got you into it? Family?
family it was,
Yep.
yeah.
Brilliant.
Terry's has a similar story, I think.
You were next.
Yeah. So I'm also 30 and I started around the age of 10 or 11. That was for
Yep.
indoor
Yep.
bowls on the mats. Took up outdoor as a teenager and sort of have been on and off with the outdoor.
Yep.
But this would be my 6th season of outdoor. But yeah, probably about 20 years of indoor bowls. And yeah, I started through my mum, who used to play as well. So yeah.
Oh, brilliant.
But it's quite funny, you know, I was listening during that prize giving and they were asking, you know, how long have you been playing? And, you know, Lloyd, who won the mixed pairs for the 60 to 74 year group, he's only in his 3rd year. You know, whereas one of the other competitors had maybe played for 40 plus years.
Yeah.
So it's funny because, you know, bowls does get a rep sometimes of, you know, being an older person's sport. And it would be very easy to assume that, you know, these guys out here have been playing most of their life or, you know, years on years. But, you know, you listen to our stories and we've been involved in bowls for 20 years and some of these guys only a few years. So, it doesn't always fit the stereotype.
We talk about it being a game for everyone, and it's legitimately all the low impact sports are great games for retirement because it's
definitely.
not it's something that you can participate in.
Yep.
and I think it's becoming easier to do now, as we saw with Leo with his bowling arm. It's incredible that you can just...
inspirational.
Yeah.
Yep. I've noticed a lot of my golfing friends have also, in later years, turned to bowls.
Yeah.
As you say,
Yeah.
it's a little bit more low impact and...
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's quite common to see, well, from a lot of sports, but particularly golf, because
Yep.
I guess it's that sort of like-minded sport, isn't it?
Yep.
That slower paced, and obviously so many transferable skills as well.
Yes.
But yeah, a lot of these, we were talking in the first final how, a lot of these players have come from, rugby backgrounds or what have you, and many have, represented New Zealand in other sporting codes.
Yep.
At the Commonwealth Games or the Olympics and have medalled. So,
Incredible.
really cool stories
Yep.
emerge from the bowling community.
Yeah.
You must have some cool stories in your villages as well. Like, do you have any, are you allowed to talk about your famous residents that...
We just had a marriage in our village.
Exciting.
Oh, the line dancing instructor and the minister. It's beautiful. They've just come back from their honeymoon. It's so exciting. We did the wedding for them. They got married at the village.
Amazing.
It is just amazing.
Did they meet at the village, Corinza?
Actually,
or-
I got both of them into the village. I was just saying, a bit of a matchmaker here.
Another draw card.
I know. There's a couple of romances blossoming there, but no, it's great, yeah. And we've got a chap that's 99 years old in
Amazing.
one of our service departments that's still playing indoor bowls.
Yep.
Yeah, he's just incredible.
Yeah, that's it. I know, growing up, I obviously had a lot to do with people that weren't in my age bracket, and
Yep.
the concept of age I feel is so different for me to how somebody else might perceive age.
Yeah,
So
for sure.
someone might say that a person in their 70s is old, but for me, I'm like, no, they've got plenty of life left. So yeah, I certainly So I don't really see old or age or anything, being around the bowls.
No. I think it's one of the cool things about this sport is it's very much a leveler, but it's good. You learn to talk to other people and the different generations.
Yeah.
Just people.
So, Alex, did your parents play? Is that what got you into it?
Yes, parents and my grandparents as well, which is often what you see. So I was dragged down to the bowling club because it was easier to take my sister and I along than it was to find someone to
Look after you.
after us. And you just naturally
Have a whole village of bowlers looking after
Yeah.
you.
naturally end up playing the sport. So that's just how it happened.
Which was the club?
It was in Gate Pa in Tauranga where I grew up.
Yeah, Gate Pa.
Gosh, Taurang's a beautiful spot, isn't it?
It's another one that's growing. Every time I go back there, it seems like there's more things.
Yeah. Yeah.
So here we go. On the forehand side, the Northland team got away to a good start so far in this final.
This won't be too far away. Needs to run though.
Who's holding what there, do you think, Terry?
Good question. The bowl to the left would be holding shot. You'd have to remind me who played it.
We can look for this.
Sorry, we're distracting you.
Always blame the co-commentators.
You can tell us to zip it whenever.
Yeah. No, we're getting the look, Corinza.
Now, are they going to have to get the calipers out?
So the calipers will come out. I like that.
Corinza, you're impressive.
I did study.
The calipers would come out at the end of the end,
Oh,
rather
okay.
than midway through.
Yep.
But some people, if they're trying to decipher who's holding shot, they might sort of use their fingers as a bit of a guide.
Oh,
and they'll,
okay.
They'll
Yep.
cross them and
Yep.
hold them steady. And I can't say that I do it all that often, but those that are more expert than me probably do.
Oh, this might be a number
Oh,
here.
did
'cause
he have the bias on the wrong side?
Oh, you just.
Oh.
I think he
just
was
missed.
I think he was just narrow.
Oh,
yeah.
okay.
We know the white stickered bowls are the Milford teams. I didn't see that many white stickered bowls nearby there, so the Camo team's got off to a fly here. Just wait for the scoreboard to be updated, but they should be quite a number up, I think, after 3 ends.
I learned a bit about etiquette for bowls. Apparently you enter from the left when you're approaching the mat. and
Oh.
exit from the right.
That's funny because
Do you do that, Terry?
no, no wonder I'm always crashing into people. No, it's funny because in indoor bowls, the etiquette would be to, when you're crossing over, to go down the left-hand side
Always
of the
the
mat,
left.
and I feel like I do it blatantly wrong all the time, and I don't mean to. Sometimes I just walk up the middle, but and I know that it's the left, but I quite often find myself going against the stream. And in outdoor, I wouldn't even think about it probably, but I might have to try and keep that in
You're
mind.
supposed to walk off the mat in front of you so you don't back up into...
I do walk
anybody.
backwards a lot, and that's
It's the first rule, Terry.
yeah.
Oh, it's not a rule.
It's all right.
it's
I'm
the
a work
first
in
suggestion.
progress.
Yeah, we'll get there.
Wow, what a great opening bowl anyway.
And it was a 4 there to Carmo, so 8-0 up after 3 ends. And as I think I said at the top of the broadcast, Paul Price, playing memory of his uncle whose funeral was yesterday. He got to 101 years old and was playing bowls last year.
Amazing.
For his 100th birthday. There was a story on the Bowls New Zealand website about Peter was his name. Incredible, and we do see there's just some amazing stories of people who are able to be active well into their 90s and beyond.
For sure. Yeah.
Seems to be happening more often nowadays, I suppose, with the the way health is.
People are living a lot longer.
Yeah.
Yes, yeah.
Oh, it's a great effort by Gregory.
Wasn't it? Look at that.
So Terry, can I ask you, is there a big difference between indoor bowls and outdoor bowls?
I think there are definitely differences. The concept is the same. You're just trying to bowl the bowls close to the jack effectively, and a lot of the strategy is very similar. But there are points of difference, like if you were to kill the jack in indoor, so if the jack were to go off the mat, that would be penalty points to the opposition, whereas in outdoor, if it were to go outside the boundaries of the rink, in some cases it's respotted on the 2 metre mark, otherwise the end is replayed, so there aren't penalty points as such. What are some other ones?
Obviously the size.
Size.
Well,
yeah.
Well, that's a given.
It's not quite the difference between table tennis and tennis. So indoor, it's just a game that was invented for the winter months in New Zealand. It's a uniquely New Zealand game, indoor bowls. Our version is the only version that you can play in the world, and it was a truncated version of the game designed to fit into community halls for like the rural districts in the winter time. And again, a very popular sport. So they're similar but different. If you play one, you should be able to pick up the other quite simply.
Yeah, I guess if you've got the basics of weight and green, that goes a long way. So I know when I made the switch to outdoor as a teenager, I'd already had 5 years or so, just getting the feel of the indoor. So yeah, it was a bigger scale, and obviously you've got the outdoor conditions to navigate. But
I know some of the there's some new indoor mats out which are white mats. I've seen them at some of the villages. They're designed to go on carpet, not hardwood floor. So there's been a couple of changes in the indoor game because obviously...
Well, this looks dangerous.
It's
Sorry
just
to
gone
interrupt
past.
you.
Not everywhere, not every floor is uncarpeted nowadays. So often you see like that sort of the solid carpet that you might have at for a lounge. There are now mats designed to be rolled out on the carpet. And
a bit more stable too, aren't they? Because we've got like a laminate flooring.
Yes.
And I find it's quite slippery on it, really.
Yeah, true, it would be.
Yeah.
Oh, good bowl there. So Milford in a little bit of strife again here, Terry. Would you stay on the attack, do you think?
Yeah, why not? I think there's not a lot of room to draw there, and he's got a bit more of a target now with that bowl sitting there. Any
off the
contact
shelf
would be good.
Oh. Well. Could have gone better. So if any of the people watching this broadcast think, well, what's my next step if I'm interested in perhaps moving from our family home and the kids have flown the coop and we've been in retirement for a while and I want to look at investigating a village, what would their next step be? What do you do?
actually go and visit them, because you're going to get a feel for it. It really often comes down to a feel for a village. You might have a contemporary village, you might have a classic village. There's so many different options. So really just shortlist location and go and experience it. Yes.
Are there good times, or would it be like a weekend trip? Would you go, oh, we'll go on a Saturday and just go around my region? Or
Look, our operation's Monday to Friday generally, but we do take appointments on the weekends.
I was thinking like a worker then, to be fair.
Yeah.
I'd be free on a Saturday to go have a look at
Oh, look at this. He's made connection.
Wow.
So this is
What's
the kill
happening here?
that we were talking about earlier, where the jack has gone outside
Yep.
the boundaries. What are the conditions of play, Alex? Is
Yes.
it re-spotted?
We'll just wait and see. I think it goes back on the 2 metre mark.
Oh. Throwing.
Yep.
Throwing onto the 2 metre mark.
It doesn't look very happy.
So
He indicated he was one down on the 2 metre mark. So it's a run out to a pretty hefty lead here, the Camo team. They're going to be 9 shots to 0 up after... Oh, I've gone one end in front of myself. After 3 ends, I think. So this
after
will be the
4
fourth.
ends?
Oh, I was right. Yeah, so
I
this is the
think so,
5th
yep.
end, yep.
Yep, so a third of the way through the game.
So what's your thinking if you're the Milford team, Terry? Is there a way back here if you're 9-0 down after 4?
Ideally, you'd score an end, and that way you can grab the jack and change the length or change the mat. And you're just looking to change something up. I don't know if they've been playing one particular side of the rink. If they have, maybe they'd want to change that up. But you're really just looking at what you can control, not so worried about what the opposition are doing.
Oh, looking
Oh,
good.
that's such a good
I
start.
like it. Wow.
He's pretty much, he's been doing his job right from bowl 1, hasn't he?
Yeah. Gary Fraser off the front. There's barely missed.
I don't think Gregory's been all that far away, but those Northland bowls have just been inside of North Harbour's.
Yeah, this is a nice start here from the Milford team, just getting that bowl close to start with.
Of course, if you're the Northland team, 9 up, you'd just be looking to continue what you're doing. Absolutely no reason to change anything, but also, you don't want to take the foot off the throat by any means.
Oh, that's a good bowl.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, that's
Doesn't get
excellent.
much better than that.
You're
Oh,
not
fire. Oh. On the back end. Well, this isn't far away either. Look at this bowl.
Oh, he's going to grab
is he
the
going to
jack.
kiss it? Oh, he's taking
Oh,
it
that's
away.
exceptional stuff there.
This is exactly what the Milford team need.
Yeah, it's a perfect
Clever.
bowl.
Oh my goodness.
It'll boost the confidence.
See, Terry, you told them what to do and they do it.
Gee, this is pretty handy as well.
Oh, the leads are just lining it up on this end. So it'll be back to Northland holding the shot, and we'll see the Milford lead stay on his back end, I think, which is to the right of your screen. Got it away. Now,
The track looks similar. How's
Oh.
the speed?
needs it to let go at any time.
Well,
That's reasonable stuff, isn't it? That's 6 really good bowls we've seen there.
See, there was a little bit of bounce when he released that. Was it intentional, or you don't want that happening?
it's not ideal, but it does seem to be his release.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yep.
I guess people would always love to get it away as smoothly as possible,
Right.
for themselves and for the green, I suppose.
Oh, whoops. Sorry. I hope it didn't put a minute. Sorry about that.
But I don't know, timing can make that really difficult, eh? It's one of those...
Yeah. What we try and talk about is, as long as whatever you do is the same every time,
Yep.
you're okay, because
Gotcha.
then you can make your adjustments. Every delivery is different.
And like, why do they polish it all the time?
It might just be that either a bit of dirt's got on it, or maybe it's a bit dewy out there,
Okay.
so they're just drying it.
Gotcha.
If it is a bit wet, then it can make the bowl harder to grip, and therefore deliver.
Yeah.
It is interesting with the bowls cloths, though. We often use them as comfort blankets. Like you find if you
Right.
play a game and you don't have a bowls cloth to hold on to,
Gotcha.
and you're used to it,
Yeah.
it can feel very strange.
Yeah.
So you
Yeah.
think that something's not right about
Right.
this. So
Yeah.
But
often it's
even
there just as a habit, isn't it?
not just the cloth, but when we had the Champ of Champ series, played throughout the winter, so it's inside. People are still often wearing, their hats or sunglasses, or so things that
Yeah.
you don't necessarily need inside. But I think you're just so used to it, and that's part of your
Gotcha.
routine and your play that they just stick with it.
So we'll keep you in the commentary booth for one more end, locked in this
Beautiful.
room.
Yeah.
Was there anything that you wanted to cover? So you guys have come on board as the main sponsor for this New Zealand Masters, and I think it's their biggest one yet, which is great. Are there any sort of key points that you want to try and get across to those who are tuning in to watch this broadcast?
Yeah, look, some people have never visited a village, and there's a misconception. I'd love to, say just come and have a look at a village. Yeah.
We have regular national open days now too, and they're fantastic. It means you can go around every village in your area and just experience the different communities, the different facilities, amenities.
Yeah.
So I think it's a great opportunity to just go and have some fun and have a look around.
We have the best job in the world, right, Susie? Oh my
100%.
God.
The people we meet, and also being part of their
They're
journey,
fun.
is such an
They're
honour.
fun. They're like family.
Yeah.
It's a relationship that it's so special.
I know.
It
like
really is.
When Geraldine, won before, it felt like hugging my mum afterwards.
Susie, have you got a bowling green at the Pointer?
Yeah, we do.
You
We
do,
do. We've got a
yeah.
beautiful bowling green
Yeah,
actually.
yeah.
It's only got 3 rinks, but it's so popular.
Mm.
And we've got 5 villages on the shore, and 3 of them have bowling greens because you've got one too. haven't
Yeah,
you,
yeah.
Prince?
We've got 65 active members,
Amazing.
and it's great because we have inter-village competitions.
Yep,
Fun.
awesome.
A lot of fun. Yeah. Bars usually open at about 3 o'clock.
Alex
Sorry,
will
I
be
keep
counting
referring
down
to
to
the
his
bar.
retirement.
Sounds great.
Oh, some great bowls here.
This is amazing.
What's the situation, Alex?
Yes. It looks like it's a close measure all the way around. I'd say the white stickered bowl of Milford that sits at 3 o'clock to the jack is the shot. So Milford looking like they may score if they can hold on to it here. So the question is just about where's your bonus bowl come from, Terry, which is probably on the forehand side, isn't it? So to the left of your screen, if you
Yeah,
could.
just beating that
draw a bowl.
back bowl, although it looks like they're indicating the backhand. They've got options to sit that bowl over for another shot.
The important thing for Milford is that they're holding the shot, we think. So they'll get off the 0, and then they can start working their way back into this game. And it probably comes from delivering the jack to a different place, doesn't it, Terry?
Yeah, that's what we talked about. It's amazing how, the change of length can really just change the whole momentum of the game. And we didn't necessarily see a momentum change in the first final this morning, but we did see, I guess, the standard of play just change a little bit. They started off really hot, didn't they? And they were shot for shot and, within inches of the jack. And they just sort of loosened off with that change.
Yeah.
Isn't always easy to make the corrections.
Opting to play the backhand to add his bonus shot. I don't think he's going to get back quite far enough, but we think it's going to be... Oh, well, there's one conceded, and not the calipers, but we've got a tape measure out. Everyone has... some of those measures are actually quite old because the design hasn't changed in 50 years. So those measures probably date back a little while. They
Yeah.
get handed down often, you see, don't you, where
Yeah.
you might inherit a tape measure from a parent or a grandparent.
Mm.
So to play at this level, how much training do you need to do?
Well, I think a lot of the bowlers who aren't working, there are so many events throughout the week, so they're probably playing, I don't know, a few days a week.
You
do
could play
reckon?
as many times a week as you want. They're probably
Yeah.
playing 2 or 3 times a week, I would
Yeah.
say.
Yeah, and people don't necessarily only play in tournaments, right? They might come down, like you say, for a training and just practice by themselves or with a couple of others. So, it wouldn't surprise me if these bowlers are pretty regular. But like Alex said, you play as little or as often as you like.
Yeah, it's probably 3 days a week in the middle of the season, I would say, and there's usually neat pack tournaments around the place. So I think in the wider Auckland region, North Harbour and Auckland, there'd be 50 or 60 bowling clubs. So most of them have something that you can go to. There's plenty of bowls to be played, and it's a pretty strong community. So yeah, they'll be playing we're right at the start of our season, so this Masters might be some of the first bowls for some of the players as our season sort of kicks into gear in October. And it's been great to see this event grow too. I think that might be its 4th or 5th year. We got COVID 1 year. It was the tournament was open for about 3 hours. They had the opening of it,
What?
and then it was closed because all the things happened. So the shortest running tournament of all time on that particular occasion. But it's been great to see it grow and go from strength to strength, and there's no reason why next year we can't get more people coming to participate in this New Zealand Masters.
Yeah.
Well, an uncharacteristic bowl from Gary Fraser, that short one.
The change of the jack length, isn't it?
That's it. Sure, Gregory was happy to miss it on
Oh,
its way
no.
through, although he's not going to miss it.
He's collided.
So many of the heads we've seen have just been, bowls all within the camera shot, and it won't be the case just yet. Yeah, that'll be under.
Yep.
Just needed the speed though.
So plenty of room here.
Still keen on that same hand. Not looking to change.
Let's watch it from the player's point of view. This bowl.
He's found a gap.
He's happy.
Oh, he's thread the
He's
needle.
happy.
Yeah, that's a lovely
nice.
shot.
Nice.
Yeah, good way to finish. He can forget about those first two now.
It's always nice, eh?
I was speaking to the president of the Orewa Bowling Club, and they've got some great initiatives there to try and get more younger people in. And I
Awesome.
believe they're going to do a pizza and pint night
Love it.
and bring the kids. I mean, what a healthy thing to do with the family on a lovely summer evening to go down and enjoy a roll-up.
Definitely.
Yeah. Fun.
I know I've got two kids, 11 and 8,
Yep.
and they're playing a little bit more indoor bowls at the moment, but yeah, they're already showing a lot of interest in the outdoor. Probably still a
brilliant.
bit little, but
Yeah.
they do come down with me if I'm having a roll up at some point during the week. The 11-year-old even gives it a go. I say, just make sure you get down low and deliver that bowl nicely. But he does, so that's good.
Oh, they'll be giving you a run for your money at some point.
Yeah, I'll have to ban them if they get too good. Or just team up with them.
Yeah.
Either,
Partner with
either,
them.
yeah.
I like it. Well, it's been great to partner with the North Harbour Bowls Club. It's been really fun.
It's been
A lot of
fantastic.
fun. We've been made to feel so welcome, haven't we, Susie?
Yeah, and just
Awesome.
hearing everybody's stories too.
Yeah.
Like I was talking with Nigel, and he was saying that there was 3 generations playing the other day.
Yeah,
And I think, how special is that,
Yeah, that's
absolutely.
amazing. That is amazing.
Oh, is he going
Look
to
at
get
this.
the jack?
Oh, no, he's found the gap somehow.
Isn't it amazing, eh? From the other end, it's like, how do you find that gap?
Exactly.
If you played for it, you probably wouldn't get it.
So 3 bowls left to go on this end. Do you get visitors often to your residents in the villages? Like, do the families come and visit the
Definitely.
grandparents?
We've all got
Absolutely.
cafes, so it's just a great place to bring your friends and
Awesome.
family. We've got line dancing at our village on a Wednesday. We have 40 to 50 ladies come in, not all residents. Some are from our sister village, Golf Rise, up the road, and some from the community. It's great.
It's actually
yeah.
something we encourage. We encourage families to
Yeah.
come in
Yeah.
Because that's the type of village that we want to have. you know.
Perfect. Yeah, that makes so much sense.
And it's school holidays at the moment, so we've got all the
Busy.
grandies there, and they're swimming in the swimming pool, playing putting green, playing on the putting green. Yeah, it's great.
And it makes Nana and Granddad's place a cool place to go. 'Cause
Oh,
you get
it
to
does.
swim, you have
It does.
milkshakes in the
Yeah.
cafe, mini park.
More to do than when they're living in their houses, isn't there?
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah.
So if you want to be a popular grandparent, come and see Corinne's Rye.
It's a MetLife care.
Too much of a plug? Too much.
No.
Yeah, too much.
No, you sold me.
Yeah, I know. I'm like, when can I join? Oh no, I'm sure all the bowlers are loving just being able to put a face to MetLife Care, right? Because
Yeah,
like you say,
yeah.
I think making that connection, I'm sure there'll be plenty of people wanting to come and visit
Oh,
the
for
villages.
sure. Yeah.
Yeah.
We sponsor a lot of our local clubs, whether it be bowls, batonk,
Bridge.
and a lot of those people have ended up coming into our villages. It's exciting. So
Yeah.
it's good to be able to support their clubs.
Yeah, that's it. And make those connections early and
Yeah.
I think that's the thing about villages, it's the social connectivity. Actually getting there, meeting people, and it just gives people a new kind of whole new lease on life, really.
Yeah.
absolutely.
It's a new adventure.
So we saw their Northland score again. So it's going to be
I think we got a 2, so 11-1.
11-1, and that end completed. So thank you very much
Oh,
for
it's been a pleasure.
joining us
Thank
in the
you
commentary
so much
booth.
for having us.
So good to meet you.
You didn't ask too many super challenging questions.
Neither did you, so that's good.
That's what we agreed beforehand. So happy days.
Excellent.
So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you for your support, and I'm sure we'll see you guys again.
You will.
Okay.
Thanks so much, Alex.
Thank you.
Terry.
See you on the lunch break.
Bye.
Absolutely.
Thank you. So it's a long road back, Terry, for the Milford team. Can you see a way back for them here? Or what are your feelings on how this game's been going? 11-1 to Northland.
Mathematically, it's certainly not out of reach, but the way this Northland team are playing, Gary and Paul, they really haven't set a foot wrong, have they?
It's been very impressive showing from the Northland team. Obviously, motivated Paul Price playing for his uncle, who, as we've spoken about, got to 101, which is an incredible innings, and played bowls well into his 100th year, which again is amazing. So I'm sure he'll be very motivated at 11-1 up to keep that foot down and take this title.
Well, they're certainly tracking very well.
It was great to hear a little bit more about MetLife Care, wasn't it, with our two guest commentators.
Yeah, gosh, it sounds like the place to be.
Cafe, affordable prices,
We're obviously
bowling greens, putting greens, indoor bowls.
we're obviously a wee way off that, but I'm kind of hoping that someone else will move into there so I can go and visit.
Left us is a good plan. A lot of the villages do have a hotel option as well, so if your family is visiting, you have got the option to book out a hotel on site. They'll often have a few apartments set aside for visiting family or friends at a very affordable rate. So
yeah,
it's
that's
not that you
great,
don't
because I
have to
suppose you're
actually,
not always local, are you?
no, and you don't have to stay at the house that you're going to visit. You could just pay for a few nights accommodation.
Looking to make a correction.
Needs a clean run.
Gregory.
Has not done so, and the way back for Milford was to try and stack the head up, but you just feel like the Carmo team, all 6 bowls are too good, aren't they, at the moment?
Yeah, that's it.
So on the crossover. Taking this time. I'm really impressed with those shirts. I think they look fantastic.
Oh, this looks lovely.
That's a really good bowl. That's a beautiful bowl.
Yeah, they look good all the way.
Great stuff. Just continuing to sort of solidify that solid lead, isn't it?
Yeah, it's certainly a tough task for Milford.
We do have a one more broadcast final lined up for the interest of the viewers, which is due at around 2 o'clock. We think it's going to be the The final of the women's fours, 60 to 74. Leanne Polson, Rosemary Nicol, Adele Ineson and Judy Farkish will take on Pinky McClintock, Kieran Roberts, Maureen Howden and Jan Harrison in that final. So looking forward to that. There's some names there that bowls followers will recognise. Leanne Polson, the current New Zealand singles champion. What a bowl that was from the Camo team. So Leanne, current New Zealand singles champion, and Elaine McClintock, I think somewhere around 30-ish. Bowls North Harbour centre titles, so very well known. Should be a fascinating final. Northland here sitting with a good 3 or 4. Milford, I don't even really see a way that Milford can get the shot, Terry. We've got 4 short bowls. The black bowl and then the bowl that's the shortest to the top right of your screen are right in the way, as is that. I'll look from the players' end, so much to navigate here for the Milford team. That bowl on the high side, so it's going to be more to Northland. Weather's been lovely today as well. Looking like it's going to hold out for us, we hope. Started off with no clouds in the sky, but I can see a
the sun's
covering when I look out the window.
Yeah, the sun's hiding a little bit, and there is a bit of wind now. But overall, certainly a good day for bowls.
Paul here, just taking his time.
Wow, it's sitting really good as it is, isn't it?
I mean, look at those bowls from Paul Price. 1, 2, Plunkett square. Oh, he just about, well, I mean, he's got the 3 closest bowls. 3 good bowls there.
He'll be happy he didn't sit that bowl out, though, I think.
I mean, what do you do if you're Milford here, Terry?
Oh.
You can see just at the very bottom of your screen there's a white stickered bowl, but I couldn't tell you how you can get the jack there.
No.
Do you play the forehand side, but just to the left of the screen and try and hit that shot bowl if Paul Price is hard enough to spring the jack out, gets respotted on the 2?
Yeah, possibly.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just, it's looking pretty challenging.
Yeah, and no matter whether you choose to draw or drive here, unless you're getting what you're after, you're going to be in a lot of strife. They'll be aware of that. You'll probably feel like having a go,
So, here we go.
I think that's what he's going to opt to
Milford
do.
skip.
Yes.
They need something here.
Well, he's not far away. Needs to get some jack. He does.
He snicked it back. That's a good shot there.
What a turnaround.
He's done it. It's going to be 2 to the Milford team, which
Wow.
means they now trail 3 shots to 11. We're on the 8th end.
Still a long way to go, of course, but they would have been down and out had he missed that.
Absolutely. Well, they're measuring for the second, are they? After
Well, regardless, that was a 8-shot swing. Seven or eight
he
shot
had
swing.
to play it. He played it really well. Going to see the umpire called. So they've conceded 1. I'll just get back. So it's at least 2-11 as we enter the 8th end. We'll just await the umpire's arrival. If you're interested in other results from this New Zealand Masters, you can find them on the Bowls North Harbour website and Facebook page. All the results have been put into Bowls Hub Aotearoa. You can find section play results and post-section results there. If you've got a clubmate or someone who you wish to check up on, it's a 2-umpire job, this. Oh, Lorna. Right, what's going on? looking resplendent.
Feel
So
like
we'll-
I'm on the green with them with
Yeah.
this view.
Oh, it's a great camera angle, courtesy of Colin. So we'll go from the jack to the bowl. Look at that teamwork. And around to that one. So that one is not as close, I would say. And the red one is absolutely... All right, then we go back to the black bowl, which is the Milford bowl, remember. Maybe it's a 3 here to the Milford team. Any indication? Oh, cool, he's holding the mat up. 2. So 3-11 the score, 8 shots the difference. It's the 8th end. And now perhaps is when the comeback begins for the Milford team, Terry.
Yeah, they're only 4 twos away from forcing an extra end.
Is that how you look at it when you're playing in a game?
Yeah, quite often. It just breaks it up into, bite-sized chunks. 8, the diff can feel quite overwhelming, I suppose, but you don't need to get all 8 shots in one end or 2 ends, not when you've got 4 to play with. It does mean you have to score every end, of course, but that's probably where they're at anyway.
Green's holding up well, considering it's its first outing for the year. Beautiful greens here at Browns Bay, aren't they, Terry?
Yeah, really good. The bowlers love it here. It looks great out there.
Run hard, mate.
Oh, not to be deterred. Gregory now. Oh, he's added some speed, but possibly overcorrected.
He's going to go into the... No, he's not. He's going to stay up. Oh, just about called that one too early. Beautiful, smooth delivery.
Yeah, Gary's certainly been consistent off the front, hasn't he? And Paul, of course, he's been doing his job. You can see how these two have made it to the final.
That one escaped. Shouldn't, yeah, I don't know.
Where will it end up?
Oh, shouldn't be throwing it into the ground. It was so impressive this morning, wasn't it, to see that the mixed pairs one go to the Browns Bay combination of Lynn East and Lloyd Sinton.
Yes, from last year's runner-ups to this year's champions.
And to make 2 finals in a row in itself is pretty impressive, but
It's
they've come out on top, considering the fact that Lloyd's, what did we say, it was his 3rd season of outdoor bowls, and he's got some pretty significant physical challenges.
yeah, absolutely.
Is amazing.
Yeah, he's an impressive watch. The first time I'd come across him, I think he'd only been in the game 8 months, and yeah, he certainly made me work for my game. So it doesn't surprise me that he goes well locally too. Doesn't surprise me. Just a natural sportsman, I think, even with the physical challenges that he has.
Here we go, the Milford
help.
skip. That's a good shot. Well played. Nice speed there. From
Charlie.
Charlie. No, one of them's the president of the Milford Bowling Club. Do you recall which? Charlie,
I was
yeah. So
gonna guess
Charlie is the
Charlie.
president. They've just celebrated their 40th season as a bowling club which is really cool. And it's interesting because they are one of the younger bowling clubs that we have in New Zealand, started in the 80s. And run a couple of really cool tournaments out of the Milford Club. They've been a very progressive club for a number of years. There they have 2 greens, I think. I can remember there being 2 greens when I played there. Out the front, like a mixed starweed sort of thing. And a lovely, delightful clubhouse.
Might be on the faster side. An opportunity here for Milford. We did say 4 twos would be the call. This could be their first one.
Be careful. Be careful. Oh, goodness. It's actually fortunate not to snick the red ball up for a second shot. Beautiful weight, too. I think he probably knew the moment he let it go that he was on a tight line there, Terry.
Yeah, he'll be happy that it was a good miss, he'll be thinking.
Is that just a little misting rain that we can see through the cameras there, I think? Not that it ever rains at the bowls.
Not in the office anyway.
There are some storm clouds, to be fair, but that's, yeah. Here we go. Paul Price on his backhand, trying to draw the shot.
Yeah, great effort here.
Oh, beautiful try.
Well, he won't be more than 1 down if he is down.
It did look like it was 1 to Milford.
Reluctant to give it, but there he goes.
We're 11 the score now on the 9th end of 12. So three and some 2s now for Milford, but they'll be pleased to have scored back-to-back ends. So the jack length on the longer side again. As we watch the skips. Getting a little bit nippy out there. It was sunny and warm this morning. I'd say on the colder side now.
A good opening bowl. I miscalculated before. I had it in my head there were 4 ends left, but there are now 4 ends left.
Oh, I trusted you too with you.
So 4 twos to win it now.
Stranger things have happened in bowls.
Lloyd Sinton in the background, proudly wearing the gold medal. And a smile, of course, although I think he'd be smiling even if he didn't win. He's just that sort of person.
Just looking here, just to make a slight correction. Very smooth out of the hand.
Yeah, he's got a lovely delivery. And the bowls to match.
That's going to run away a little bit, I feel. Not far off.
Wider line.
As we said, if you are in the wider North Harbour region, there's still 4 finals to be played from 2 o'clock here at the Browns Bay Bowling Club. The facilities are wonderful. They've got food and drink available. The weather's nice enough, and if you don't want to sit outside, you can sit inside and see the finals green really well. Encourage you to come down and check out all the action live. Should be some great games. On the crossover, looking to me like the Milford team holds one. That level bowl that sits at 3 o'clock to the jack, I think, is the shot. So we may see Paul Price play his backhand side, which is to the right of your screen when he gets around to it. Brett O'Reilly there in the background joined us in commentary this morning.
He's on a good path. I just think he's going to run out of steam.
The Milford president just falling short, so here's a chance here for Paul Price. Terry on the backhand.
Couple of options down there.
Be looking to give himself a chance.
He's certainly given himself a chance.
Look, he's going to find the gap, but he's done nothing wrong there. That was a really well played bowl.
Still in a very handy spot.
Like, the weight's perfect as well, isn't it? You know, if you'd been
Yeah, he hasn't overplayed that by any means.
one bowl wider or one bowl narrower, it was easy peasy.
Has he added the speed here? No, I think he did.
Right, how's your memory, Paul? This is a situation where you literally don't change anything, isn't it? You just play the same bowl again,
Yeah.
and you're back the 35 metres of wind
To change something.
and grass to change something a little bit for you.
I think he's added some weight. He might get an edge.
Well, that's a very good result. That's an incredible result.
Oh, I thought I'd called the edge too early as well.
Yeah,
That was
what can you say? It went well.
that was a very helpful edge.
He missed it a little bit wide and a little bit heavy, and it went perfectly.
Isn't it funny though how, you know, his first bowl, he couldn't have played that too much better. Doesn't get a result. And then you play a bowl not as good and get the perfect result.
Yeah, well, I mean, his first bowl he would have let it go and thought, I've nailed it. And his second bowl he probably let it go and thought, ugh, I've pushed it too heavy and too wide. And we've had absolutely contrasting results. Is there anything on here for Milford? They're looking at the head as if there's something on. Hit one of the short bowls up. One of the white stickered black bowls, maybe. Cannon out the shot bowl. I don't know.
Yeah, it's
Or do you find the gap clean and try and get rid of the shot bowl that way with the bowl in your hand?
possibly on the forehand, are you talking?
Yeah, around the
Yeah.
front, around the
Red.
front red.
So that's on the left-hand side of our screen as we look at it.
Just trying to see what they were lining up there.
Yeah,
Or you could try and just cannon one of the black. It's just as hard to cannon one of the black bowls onto the shot
I
bowl.
think if you were cannoning a black one, that's a hard one to say, you'd
Cannon.
go on the backhand. That one looked the better option of the two.
He's going to cannon a black up. Look at this. He's going to get it square. Oh, how well
Well, that's
called was that?
On the other hand to what I would have thought for that bowl. But,
Amazing.
but hey, that was the nice touch off the red as well.
Absolutely.
A good reply. A
Pretty-
good reply to the edge that we saw prior.
Pretty chuffed, unless he was looking to get rid of the shot bowl clean. And
I
his accidentally cannon the black bowl up.
feel like there may have been an element of luck, potentially. I felt like that was tight for what he was after.
Yeah, well, we don't know what he was after, do we?
We're
We know
gonna
that was one of the
assume-
shots that
We're
was
going to
on.
assume he played that to perfection.
It was the shot that we pointed out, is all I'm saying. And, you know, swings and roundabouts. Paul got a good result with his bowl too.
He does look pretty chuffed in the background.
That's exciting. That was cool. I'm glad that worked.
A good exchange of shots.
Would have been disappointed if he'd hit the black square and then it hadn't
Look at
counted.
this though, if he gets around it. Oh,
Oh,
the
he
speed was fantastic.
half a bowl narrow. And Milford are going to score again.
Another single. They'll really be wanting twos, but singles will do for now. So the score will be 11-5, played 9.
Oh, look, they are actually staging a comeback here. 3 ends to go. Just got to score again. and again, and you could be happy days. Oh, that's a short. That's shorter than he would have liked that jack to be, I think. See this lovely wide shot of the full broadcast rink. Resplendent with Bowls New Zealand Masters Toblerones. Courtesy of MetLife Care, who've been fantastic sponsors for this year's edition. The Northland team will still be feeling pretty comfortable, I think, Terry, but just aware that perhaps it'd be a good time to score again. You feel if the Northland team can score on one more end, they're probably home, aren't they?
Yeah, and I imagine they'll have similar thoughts running through their minds. And a lovely bowl from Gary Fraser, as we've seen quite often throughout this game. You can see the rain setting in a little more.
No such thing as rain. But it is.
This is close. How's the speed?
Short, I think.
Not by much. Is it worth changing hands, or there's certainly plenty of room? You'd be looking to get past. Oop. Yeah.
On its way already.
Opportunities for Charlie from the Milford Club. It's probably one of the better shots he's had on, really.
Yeah,
some of the way the heads have set up, it's been a bit awkward for him.
Nice simple bowl, isn't it? You're just on your backhand, pushing through.
Gee, it feels like so long ago, the Northland team were holding 5 or 6, and Charlie chipped the jack out for a 2. Lovely speed.
Paul will really be looking to add another shot there. He's on his backhand, so trying to navigate that.
Beat him to it, maybe.
That short bowl at 2 o'clock. Around it even is fine. It's going to hook back in a lot at the end of the track.
Not a bad place to be.
Do you speed up a little bit here if you're the Milford skip?
Yeah,
just
possibly.
go the bowl.
Certainly no harm.
Added that little bit of weight there. I think we'll see Paul stay on his backhand.
Yeah, I wonder if he's a little bit conscious of tipping that Milford bowl in for shot. Is it gonna?
That's nearly brilliant. It's tightened it right up, hasn't it? Oh, now we see the Milford lead indicate perhaps
Yeah, I think
more
that
weight
bowl
used here.
there is going to give him more confidence to play his shot.
On his forehand.
Inside
both
out,
go.
inside out. Oh, he needed a piece of the jack.
You would not believe that there is a gap there between the shot bowl and the jack that you could go through,
Especially,
having hit it the way that he hit it on the forehand side.
that's it, yeah.
That is very unlucky.
And here comes Paul Price.
It's potentially enough for the Northland team, I think. Scoring the one on this end, it's going to be a 12-5 lead as we go into the penultimate end. So if Northland can score on this end, that'll be that.
Yeah, if Charlie got the jack there, it would have been looking pretty good for Milford, and it would have been all on. But not to be.
So this is where you want your first bowl to be really close here. Beautiful smooth delivery. Even with the jack, Terry.
Yeah. Yep, he sets himself up well to play how he's been playing. That's where it all starts. I'm sure they'd love to score a single here and really just consolidate. Lovely bowl here. Might just pull up a touch short, but certainly a good opener.
Yeah, a good place to start. The Northland team, you're leading by 7. So you score 1 in your Northland and you've essentially won the game. Milford probably needs a 3 at least. And even that, you're asking a lot of the last 10.
They needed two big ends to finish, and that's a good start.
It's been a very impressive performance from the Northern team. I think they just got out of the gates a lot quicker, didn't they? They were 9-0 up.
Yeah.
And since the 9-0, it's actually been, 3-5? Because it went 9-0, then 9-1, and now it's 5-12.
Yeah.
So they went 9-0 up, and then it's been a very even game, but I think they just gave themselves such a lot of breathing space starting off so well. It's been really hard for the Milford team to find a way back, as we see that bowl there is going to be tight and on the short side even. It's just about even drawing to the 2 metre mark here.
Well, it's on a good track. Yeah, lovely.
Really well played bowl. That's lovely stuff. Keeping in mind that a kill is respotted. You almost have to play this with a little bit of controlled weight.
If he holds. Well,
It's been popped back, and I just have a feeling this may be the last end, Terry.
yeah, he's opened it up, but Charlie's got some work to do.
Just the way it just sort of, you can see at the very bottom left of your screen is the jacks. There's plenty of space here. I suppose it's possible for Milford to score a 3 on this end.
Yeah, 100%. It's really a battle of the skips here, but of course, Northland have the advantage on the head and on the card at the moment. So probably not the same level of pressure by any means, but very easy
Oh
for
my
this to slip
goodness,
in.
God, that just about stayed. It's always an interesting decision when it's your first bowl of the skip and the jack's been skewed out to near a danger area. There's always a decision to make, isn't it? Because your first bowl, you can decide, you go, oh, well, I'm actually not going to try and draw one right on top. I'll aim to be 3 or 4 feet away, so I have the shot, and then you get closer to the jack. Or you can be confident and think, I'm just going to draw as close as I can and stack it up. The problem being, if you miss with the first one, the pressure then begins to build, doesn't it?
Yeah, absolutely.
There's one there to Charlie. Now Paul's put just a tiniest bit of pressure on himself by overplaying his first bowl, and then it's about try not to underplay your second.
Which he has done.
Yeah, interesting. I think just all comes from that decision with your first one to try and get as close as you can.
Well, if Charlie can add another one here.
On the forehand. Look, he's not a million miles away here, Terry.
Yeah, it's looking good again.
This is
That'll
classy
stay.
bowls from the Milford skip. Well, well, well.
Well, Paul can still draw. Well, he can still draw the shot here, but if anything, a second shot is good. That'll keep them with a 6-shot buffer going into the final end.
Yeah, they've done all that work to get themselves 5-12 up. So it's just about going, well, we've actually done the effort. They've done the work here to get that margin.
And they'll know that even if they do drop a 3 here, while it's not ideal, you know, they'd back themselves, I think, to not drop a 4 or 5 in the next end.
It's overcooked. Well, how important is it for Charlie? Is there what's the situation? There's no one bowl that you could remove. No, you can see there's a couple of red ones there or thereabouts. So
Rinse
Charlie,
and repeat.
yep, make it 3. And be 5 down going into the last end.
I'm not sure he likes it.
He'll be disappointed with that bowl. It's a poor bowl. So it's going to be 2 to the Milford team, which means the score is now 7-12 on the final end. And every bowl that Milford plays has to be effective here, Terry. And furthermore, because you can't kill it, you can't even, that's not even a get out of jail free card. Often you see in other formats of the game where a kill is a replayed end. If your first couple of bowls are ineffective, you might start driving to kill. This one, every bowl has to be effective.
So where do you think that he'll be looking to place the jack?
Good question. I'd go maybe a couple of metres up from the 2 metre mark. So what it's going to end up being is on the 2 metre mark, and the mat can be moved. And you see there, Paul, you're saying pull the mat up a little bit. What's going to be challenging about this for the Milford team is because the jack has been placed on the 2 metre mark, there isn't actually a huge amount of room between the jack and the ditch, and you're trying to score 5 shots.
Yeah, I was not expecting the jack to be coming up that far in the jack throw for that same reason.
And now you need to have 5 effective bowls because that's not going to score as a 5th one. Interesting. Certainly it feels like all Carmo needs to do is, this bowl here. This bowl here is beating Milford's first one, so the maximum that Milford can score is now maybe a 5, which is what they need. So this bowl needs to be past the head.
Certainly a better effort.
That's a lovely bowl. Yeah, that's perfect. That's something you can work from. So the second Carmo bowl is now on its way. Well, the good thing about that is it's blocking. Well, no, there's actually nothing good about that. I was going to say it sort of half blocks the backhand rake, doesn't it? Because Milford needs to find a space with 5 bowls.
Needs to run.
Well, he's technically counting. So what? Yeah.
It just makes that scoring area very big.
That's what you do as a skipper. You draw an imaginary circle, and the top of the circle is the furthest bowl away from Milford, and the bottom of the circle is the closest one to us from Milford, and that's where you have to be. All your bowls in that area have to be scoring, and you can't afford for Northland to have any in there. And if they do get something in there, you need to get rid of it. So, interesting.
Gary will be disappointed with his final bowl of the end. Overall, he's played really well throughout this final.
Particularly the first 4 ends, I think, where we saw Northland get off to such a good start. What's happening here? On the forehand. Oh, if you're a Milford supporter,
Well, he might have to
don't
look
love
at.
your chances.
He could probably cannon the short red through the other red and clear them out that way.
Yep.
That's what you'd have to be looking at now with those 2 short bowls of your own. Worry about this one later.
Oh, Paul hasn't made it any
Oh no.
easier. Where's your 5?
But then the question is, do you play it now or do you just build and then leave it to your last?
I think you build and then try and find a shot with your last bowl.
Oh, I don't punch that one in.
I mean, that's it, right? There's very little on here. And I think in a matter of seconds, we're going to see the Camo team crowned our champions for this year. Gary Fraser and Paul Price looking pretty comfortable. They lead by 5. There's no shot on that I can see, and I'm pretty imaginative. I think you just have to hit your short bowl pretty hard and pray that enough cannons away. They've got 3 challenges. They need to score a 5. So your collision bowl, you discount once you've hit stuff because you need to hit it hard enough to move things. So how's your collision bowl going to count? You need to move at least 4 Northland bowls more than 2 metres because they need to come past the jack. It's almost impossible here, Terry.
It's great that they're having a look at it because at the end of the day, you got to give it all you've got.
Oh,
to
I
the very
mean,
end.
if you don't think you can get it, you may as well shake hands, right? Like, you may as well go out with a bang because funny things happen in bowls. It looks really challenging. I think we'll see him hit one of his short bowls and hope that enough cannons through. I think there's probably a shot on for a 3, maybe a 4. I've struggled to see a shot on for 5 here. But who knows? We'll find out in about 20 seconds, maybe 10. Right.
Well,
keep
it's
your eyes
connecting with
peeled.
something.
1.5. There we go. We see the hand shake. And congratulations to the Camo team of Paul Price and Gary Fraser. Paul Price winning this for his uncle, who's passed away at 101 years old and whose funeral was yesterday, Peter Sheehan. And I'm sure it'll be a very satisfying win for the Camo team. And commiserations to the Milford team who put up a good fight. It was just those first few ends, Gregory Hearn and Charlie McDonald, the first 4 ends. The Camo team got out to that 9-0 lead, and that's what did it for them. In the end, if you're tuning in, don't stray too far. We think we're going to be back around 2 o'clock with the final of the women's 4s. The 60 to 74 women's 4s between Elaine McClintock, Kieran Roberts, Maureen Hoden and Jan Harrison taking on Judy Farkish, Adele Ineson, Rosemary Nicol and Leanne Paulson. We'll see you then.
When someone you care about is going through a tough time, it can be hard to know what to do. Here's 10 ways you can help someone who is struggling. Listen. You might want to give advice, but most people just want to feel heard. Be there. You don't have to fix their problems or find the perfect thing to say. Just let them know you'll be there when they need you. Let them know you get it. Let them know you get why they're struggling. Give them what they're going through. Knowing their feelings are normal and okay can make the world of difference. Offer practical support. Ask them what you can do to take some of the pressure off. Maybe you could make them a meal or do something to help around the house. Give time. Sometimes simply being there is enough. Hug it out. When appropriate, a hug can bring so much comfort. Talk it out. Offer to be their sounding board and kōrero with them about what they're going through. Remind them how much they matter. Let them know how much you and others care and how important they are. Remind them of their strength. They might not feel strong right now, so remind them of the strength you know they have. Help find them support. Offer to help them find the right services and support they need. For more information and to try an online therapy course, go to justathought.co.nz.
those ones up there? There'll be plenty of good ones and there'll be plenty of bad ones. Yeah, I have a feeling. That's good, Dan. So that's what I mean. It was really helpful. I wouldn't. Really good. Good, Dan.
I've just been asked to remind you, as far as the cameras are concerned, to put these two marks here,
Yep.
and if you could stay beyond those marks, then that just frees up the camera to view. Especially at pause when there's a lot of people if they're on the green, so I wouldn't mind just letting your team know.
Will do.
Okay.
Almost there.
Yeah, sure. And you can start anytime you like. They can see what's going on, so they'll start the live streaming when you're ready. So just in your own time.
Okay.
Okay?
Thank you.
Thanks.
Couldn't believe how easy it is. Was it an off day? 19 days? Whichever person has never had a short. Yesterday I had to do a lot of bowls in the ditch for my team, so they're weaving away. Is it a car? I like that. How fast North Harbour being messed up pretty big. Yeah, lovely track again, Maureen. Just go. It's done. I think that's to keep the wires.
Good afternoon and welcome back to the Bowls New Zealand coverage of the Bowls North Harbour MetLife New Zealand Masters for 2024. We join you with the third final that we're broadcasting today, and it is the 60 to 74 women's fours final between Leanne Poulsen, Rosemary Nicol, Adele Iderson and Judy Farkish, who are taking on Pinky McClintock, Kieran Roberts, Maureen Howden and Jan Harrison. My name is Alex Reid and I'm delighted to be joined in commentary for this third final by Terry Blackburn again, and also by one of the men, one of the visionaries behind this New Zealand Masters, Nigel. How are you feeling now that we're on the last round of this finals day?
Oh, mate, it's great. It's You know, the weather's playing well for us now, so what a great scene here at Browns Bay. And I mean, look at it, lovely day, great way to finish it, and we've seen some great bowls already, so it's going to be a good final, this one.
The Browns Bay club, I must say, has come up looking absolutely fantastic, and your MetLife Care and New Zealand Masters signage all around the place. The TV rink, I think, looks fantastic with the Toblerones running down the sides.
Yeah, I must say, Pete Chen, the president here, and he actually got president of the year for Harbour, so, and you can see why he really gave us great access to the club, and been brilliant.
So of course it's 12 ends and no time limit for this final, and you'll note as the game goes on, the shirt colours match the scoreboard, so the blue shirts are Pinky McClintock's team, red shirts Leanne's. Is she still called Pinky, Nigel, or have I just brought back an old nickname?
Actually, I don't know Leanne, so I don't know her nickname.
Or Elaine.
Elaine,
So Elaine McClintock used to play with pink bowls.
Oh.
I'm colourblind, I don't even know what colour bowl she plays with now, but she used to be called Pinky.
I think she does still play with pink balls.
Oh, that's good news. What are you saying, Terry? And now we've lost Terry. That's great. This is Nigel's fault in his first commentary.
Well, I always say I have the commentary curse, when I say this is going to be a good bowl and then it's short or something, so, but this time it's really commentary.
Oh, just taking her time.
So this is Judy Farkish, who won the Masters Pairs last year. She said she had a great season last season and she's looking forward to another one. And this is obviously a great start, having made the final of the Masters Fours.
Usually takes a couple of ends just to settle into a game, doesn't it, when you're in a final situation like this? Well, she's not wide. Just diving underneath the head there. You can see it was a white stickered bowl.
Yeah, I think even with trial ends, it does usually take a few ends, doesn't it, to settle into a game, really feel out the rink.
I'm one of those players myself, Terry, that my trial ends are my best ends.
Yeah, I find the better I go in the trial ends, the worse I go in the game, and vice versa. So it's not always a bad result if I waste a few in the trial.
Oh, that's why I've developed just throwing it in the ditch first straight away for the trial and get it out of the way.
Are you suggesting that as a...
I don't know.
A
I've got
strategic
to work
move.
on something, mate.
Oh, this was on a lovely track.
Much better line.
I suppose the great thing with Browns Bay is, the weather hasn't played a part of the week, so the green hasn't been played on until today, so it looked beautiful this morning.
Oh, this one can't be too far away. Little edge.
If you see there too, there's the coloured stickers on there, so you've got a maroon sticker for the red shirts and the white sticker for the blue.
Brilliant. It's helpful in these in this world now where we have all these coloured bowls to have the stickers to differentiate one team from the other.
I've got to say, Alex, I don't know how they did it back in the day with all black bowls.
Oh, I can remember when I first started playing Twilight Bowls at the Tauranga RSA when I was about 10, so 20 years ago, and everyone had the black bowls. We all used to inspect the logos that are on the bowls, and you had to memorise what logos were whose. It seems like too much effort. Look at this from Elaine. Oh,
The lady
shot.
they call Pinky.
And that's, well, it's not why, but those are the bowls.
What a great opening bowl.
So just heard Leanne say, have we got second and third, which would indicate she's looking at perhaps plucking that shot bowl out, it's possible for it to go clean, isn't it? Because it's not touching the second shot.
Yeah, she'll need the outside edge of it to chip it out clean. Anything square, it's going to connect with the blue bowl closest to it.
Oh, and after asking that question, she's opted to draw the shot.
Might be saving it for her last one. Coming up to have a look for herself.
Bit of sign language there. So, if Leanne's team still has second and third shot, is it worthwhile to attack this, do you think, Terry? What would you play? Or would you just draw on the back end?
I mean, I'm always more inclined to go the draw, but I mean, it's certainly there. She'd probably have to play it on the backhand now. Now that Elaine's put that other pink bowl probably in the line. She can still get that right edge, of course. What would you play here? Are you more inclined to go aggressive?
I'd just draw because the shot bowl's the lower of the two, second and third, so it's a bit dangerous.
Oh, she's having a go. Those are all opposition bowls, I believe. No.
That's a really confident bowl to play, though, isn't it, from Leanne to start off with? It's going to be 1 on this first end to the blue team, so 1-0 after 1. What would you have played there, Nigel?
Well, there you go. I'm a junior bowler. I would have just bashed it. No, I would have done what the skip said. I would always get in trouble without listening to the skip, so I'm happy for whatever.
I like the technical terminology you're bringing to the commentary booth already. I do think we could steal a trick from curling. I like the curling terminologies. You know, in outdoor bowls or indoor bowls, we talk about having the last bowl. In curling, they call it the hammer. I've got the hammer. I was like, oh, that's nice. I think it's a nice term for last bowl.
Yeah.
If you get, if you hit a short bowl in bowls, we say like you've got bogged or you've just got stuck on that bowl. And in curling, they say you've crashed into it. And I was like, oh, I just think it's more. They've got more descriptive terms in curling than we have in bowls, where you could steal a couple of the words.
Well, here you go, Alex. So, me being a junior bowler, I get this opportunity to ask the experience of you guys. So, you got a wick, or is it a feather?
Depends. I think a wick is more than a feather.
Yes. A feather would be like the slightest of edge.
Oh, yeah.
Whereas a wick, I think it's more of a solid edge. And it's going to deviate your bowl more.
And sometimes you get the whole bird.
Okay. Well, yeah, my mate said it's a feather, and I thought, oh, I haven't heard that terminology before. I thought he was just trying to put me off, but there you go.
Well, it's both.
And I've always been told a back bowl's a good bowl.
Yeah, that's right. More chance of being used.
Very deliberate style. From Jan. Oh, it's the first time these greens have been used this season, I believe, Nigel.
Yes, obviously with a lot of the greens around the country now, had a bit of a watering from winter, and we're just into it now. So, yeah, we've actually got 2 carpet greens, as we call them, at Hobsonville. So, yeah, we're a bit blessed. So if there's a little bit of rain, doesn't really affect us. But obviously great facilities here at Browns Bay. You got the carpet out the back too. So.
Got a fantastic greenkeeper here, and for a long time the Manitoto greens, for as long as I can remember, the greens here are greens that you want to play on, and for its first outing, I think this rink has played really well. A nice coverage when you see some of the wider shots that we have. This green is just, there's coverage right to the ditches, there's no bare patches or anything, it's just looking absolutely beautiful.
Yeah, no, it looks beautiful, right?
A lot of bowls to come here over the season, of course. We've got the World Champion of Champion Singles coming up soon, November, and then we kick on, and there's the Nationals, of course, in the wider Auckland region, and Browns Bay will be playing host as the headquarter clubs for the singles and pairs.
I was just talking to Charlie in the last game, and his mate owns the apartment across the road on the top level, and he said he'll be watching the World Bowls from there, so obviously that was an invite for myself to turn up too for a barbecue.
Maybe we could put a camera up there.
The commentary could
And
be
the
done
mic,
up there.
yeah.
Yeah, there you go.
This looks on the tight side.
It's Judy from the Moringi Bay Club on the North Shore.
So talk to us a little bit about Bowls North Harbour, if you can, Nigel. Where are the bounds of the centre? What makes up Bowls North Harbour?
Oh, okay. So I've just new onto the board.
You're on the board, so I thought I'll just throw these questions.
I know.
at you.
I haven't read the whole rule book though. But look, as far as I know, we go up as far as I think Wellsford even in our region. So another league man like myself, Steve Card, he's come along. He's joined Browns Bay, and he's started up. So I think we go as far as Wellsford and the whole North Shore region. So good number of clubs. I think 15 plus clubs, and they've obviously helped out throughout the week. And there's been some late movement too with a bit of rain, etc. But for North Harbour itself, it's great to have MetLife Care come on as a sponsor at last minute. They've really got on board with the game, so it's great to introduce new sponsors to the game. And a great game it is.
Yeah, it is. And we enjoyed having a couple of the reps and co-commentary in game two. We talked a lot, and not necessarily what was about the bowls, but it was a great conversation, and I do hope that people tuning in to watch or listen, if you're still in your family home or you're looking at that next stage, where can you go? MetLife Care absolutely is a great option, and Terry and I were sitting there when they were describing these retirement villages with very affordable food and beverage prices, bowling greens, putting greens, indoor bowls, pool.
Alex, very affordable. It was like their happy hour. It's free drinks, I think so. We did a pre-launch the other day up at the Red Beach, and they took us through a look through the whole facilities with pool and a gym and the apartment. So yeah, I put in a bid for one, but apparently, a bit too young. And I love being 55 and being called a young fella. But no, they've got great facilities. And great scones. I heard you took scones.
Yes,
great
they were
scones
nice,
in the cafe too.
Yeah, they certainly had us sold.
Looking for the line to sign up on. Right, Leanne Polson with her first bowl. Under a bit of pressure here. If we look back at this head, see lots of white stickered bowls. Oh, a beautiful weight. That's a good shot there from Leanne.
Is it enough to be holding, do you think?
Yes, it is.
It's actually a lucky day today in the respect of there's not too much wind out there, even though you see the flag sort of waving about a little bit. But yeah, it's good conditions. Well, there you go, there's not too much movement on that flag.
I wondered if...
She's close here. That's an incredible bowl.
There we go, there's
Oh,
a touch.
what a shot.
Brilliant.
And she's trailed it back a little bit.
Do you get double points for a double toucher, mate?
No, sadly not.
Hey, it should be a new rule.
We used to, it's interesting with the toucher rule, because way back when people used to spit on their bowls, instead of put chalk on them, you used to put a bit of spittle on it
Oh, there you go.
to mark it. And then there was a big conversation in the 40s about whether it was fair to have a toucher rule. They argued that you shouldn't mark your bowls, and that if the bowl goes into the ditch, it should just be as a dead bowl.
Interesting.
They felt that there was an unfair advantage or something. Anyway, we've moved on, and we now use chalk. Spray chalk even.
Yeah, I like the spray chalk. I don't like to touch the bowl personally
It's a bit
myself.
stressful, eh?
A bit clumsy, I'll probably move it, so I'll stick to the spray.
Leanne's gone to have a look. You'd imagine she'll just be trying to draw a second shot here, do we think, team?
I'll tell you soon, after Terry tells you. What do you think, Terry?
Yeah, it did
Yeah, I'll
look
back
pretty
you.
hard to get to. She might look to promote her own one, and she's not far away.
Oh,
Gee,
great effort.
that's an excellent 2 bowls from Leanne.
She literally couldn't have played that any better.
That is not an easy shot to play. I'd imagine that's the shot.
Well, all the bowls are finished, so you can make a decision now.
Or
Are we
measure.
going to see the calipers out? Oh, they're going to call the umpire.
Oh. Robin's walking in, I think the umpire. A couple of these ladies here backed up from the previous game too.
Do we do replays here, or is...
No.
Okay.
You're asking Colin to press one too many buttons with that. I would say it's interesting. Oh, we'll put an imaginary bet on. I still think the pink bowl that sits at 11 o'clock to the jack is the shot. What do you think, Nigel?
Yeah, well, I'm terrible at trying to do that finger thing, but I'm with you, mate. I'm on the pink bowl.
And Terry?
Oh, I've already called Leanne's bowl, so
Yeah.
I'll stick with it.
Oh, we're chocking them. It's just to make sure they don't move.
Regardless, what a fabulous exchange of shots between Leanne and Elaine.
I find these engineers' calipers are hard to use, aren't they? Because you have to twiddle the thing to get it out. Oh, maybe you don't. Very,
Can you imagine the tension on these umpires in the big tournaments?
You couldn't pay me.
Eh?
The ones I find more stressful watching is when an umpire has to chock a bowl. So if there's like a couple of bowls leaning and there's a question about third or fourth shot, and they're expected to chock the bowls and remove bowls out of their head without moving anything, it's like, no.
Was that the famous Peter Bellis one too? That was a...
Yeah. That was the guy tried to use his sonic measure and forgot to put the batteries on in front of a crowd of about 2,500 people in Scotland.
What a legend he is. I met Peter.
Yeah, he's a wonderful man.
I mean, he has the nickname God. I mean, it's a pretty cool nickname to have, isn't it?
Yeah, it's pretty. It's accurate, I feel. Oh, it was one to Leanne.
Oh, you're
Which
kidding.
means it was 1 to
Hey.
me.
Well done, Leah.
We got to give you a win every now and then, Terry.
Oh, it must have been very close.
I literally tried to give it to Elaine on the scoreboard. That's how confident I was. So we were 1 apiece on the third end, and what a shot that was then from Leanne Poulsen. She crossed over about 4 down on the head, and then drew second shot. Elaine moved it back a little bit, and then Leanne was able to roll one of her own bowls up like 3.5 rolls for 1. What a great start.
Yeah, perfectly weighted. Wouldn't have worked otherwise.
On the forehand.
Rosemary, who we see playing now with those orange bowls, her and Judy were in the National Champion Fours this year competing for the first time in a National Champion of Champion event. And they loved their experience. The team wasn't made up of juniors, but they were sort of around that 6th, 7th, 8th year mark. So they felt like it was still a really good step
new
up for them.
experience,
Yeah.
Leanne's got an amazing story because she picked up the game a bit later in life as a hobby, and within 3 years had won the New Zealand Open singles, and I think she's only in her 6th or 7th year now as it plays for New Zealand, and has won the New Zealand singles, which is incredible.
Yeah, she's incredible.
I love that about our sport, is that you could, because it's such a low barrier to entry as we see this shot,
Brilliant.
and reasonably low impact game. You can pick it up after having had a career or having played other games and still be at the top of the game and play for your country.
And just going back to Leanne starting bowls, she told me a story, or told a group of people a story, I was just there, that she'd gone down for her first roll-up, and she's delivering the bowls, rolling them down, and someone from the club had said, "Oh, how long have you been playing?" And she said, "Oh, about an hour." And they said, no, how long have you been playing the game? And she said, "No, about an hour."
Oh, classic.
But yeah, I think it was something she just really took to, and just never look back. And she is someone that will, go all in.
Played indoor first, Terry, as a plug for, now I've forgotten the name of a club in county somewhere.
Oh, I did not know that.
Yeah, there you go. And if I'm wrong, I don't want to be corrected.
I just spoke to Kieran before this game. He's about to do the bowl, and this team, they've been together for 8 years, so they're a well-established team. Part of their team was Christine Dizelle, who unfortunately passed away last year, and Maureen came into the team. But yeah, a well-travelled team together. Done the Taranaki Women's Fours a few times.
Oh, cool. You do see that a bit in bowls, groups of friends tend to form those combinations. So that's where it starts from, usually, isn't it? You have a group of mates who take up the sport, and
That's
then they
it.
tend to play together for however long it is that you want to play the game. What a good shot this is.
Outstanding.
Oh, what a bowl. A really irksome blue bowl at 10 o'clock to the jack for the opposition, because it feels like it's just about in the line. Good weight.
See, that's why I love this game, Alex. I've got to say, mate, is when I throw a bowl and someone says good weight and I'm over 110 kilos, and I said, "Oh, that's great, thank you." You just get so many compliments in this game.
And you're a junior.
Yeah, that's
You'd be
it.
90 years old and still called junior.
Look, my first game was against a 91-year-old at the club, and I said, "Oh, here we go." Yep, he put me in my place, and but yeah, you got to love the terminology, the game, the people.
Oh, steering after this one. There's that bowl that's in the way. Oh, it's so irritating when you clunk into something that you know is very close to the right line. Made it even worse now. That forehand side's totally blocked up.
Yeah, I was going to say, a thinner edge on that, it would have opened it up again, but she got it pretty square, so it's hung around.
Or a feather even.
A feather. I could tell you what a feather is, Alex. It's just a light touch.
Quick learner.
So that bowl finished outside of bounds. Something we will see on this rink, because it's hasn't been played on yet this season. Is this on the forehand or the back forehand? That one's just got away on her a little bit there. I think maybe slipped.
It's not a wrong bias, is it?
Well, it's
See you at the bar.
not sure. Certainly wasn't close to what she was aiming for. What was I saying? Oh, because it's a slightly slower green at the moment. Very true. But you will find if you give the bowls too much space to breathe, they're not going to come back into bounds, because it's not quick enough for the bowls to come all the way back in. So keep a reasonably tight line. So Leanne now looking to add to it. Oh. On the back end. She enjoyed I'm not sure if she had a pie or not, but I saw her at the pie shop when I went for lunch as preparation, perhaps. Good bowler's prep.
Good commentary prep too.
How's the weight? Oh, I suspect it was short regardless. Right, what do we do here, Terry? What's the call? You're 2 down, 3 down.
I'll have to remember whose bowls are who.
That's it. The lead on through. No.
Oh, needs to turn. Oh dear, it's getting worse. So the white stickered bowls are Elaine McClintock's team, and the darker coloured bowls are Leanne Paulson. So Leanne's holding a bundle here, I think. 1, 2, 3. And then I think that white stickered bowl at 3 o'clock must be the third shot.
Fourth shot.
Fourth shot, sorry. Yeah, I can't count that high. So looking pretty good for Leanne here, isn't it? She just add a fourth shot if she can, and
Yeah, she'll
say
make
good
her,
luck to Elaine.
Yeah, she'll make her correction.
Right, so you're in Elaine's shoes, Terry, and you're 3 down. What do you do?
Oh, I think you'd...
Try and draw the shot on the forehand? Because you got a bowl to rest on?
Yeah, it is there. They're obviously indicating the backhand. Maybe just feeling like it's more open, maybe. Gonna have to get your weight pretty good here. It was either way.
So we're going to see, I think, 3 shots to Leanne's team.
Now there you go. I've learnt something there over the time, Alex. You see how just place the towel on the bowl,
Yes.
and yeah, you know, the young junior bowlers, you got to. That's what you do to say what has been bowled, because when they kick away bowls, we've
Lose
all had
count.
that argument, especially at our club after a couple of line reads. You go, hang on.
It's a good fail-safe, isn't it?
Yeah, I think that was one of the first things I was taught at junior bowls as a teenager.
Yeah. What, drink line read?
And it was 3 there, and I've forgotten how many I've put on the scoreboard. I think I need to
No,
go one
no,
more. Don't I?
You've sorted your ends though, eh? So if the ends are right, then your score is
Oh,
right.
we're all good, so it's 4-1, yeah.
Yeah, it was 1-1 before that.
Again, I blame Nigel for derailing the commentary.
He's done nothing wrong, but we'll blame him anyway.
That's the way it works.
I
with
always
these
get
things.
blamed. Don't worry about it.
Sure, we blamed our last guest commentators as well, so you're not alone.
It's the system. A short jack here. This is going to be interesting to see if this makes any difference. We've seen in both the games we've broadcast so far the jack length be quite crucial to the standard of bowls. Not necessarily who's won, but we found when it's been stretched out to the 2 metre mark, the standards dropped a little bit. And in this case, the jack is shorter than it has been, so it'll be intriguing to see if the players find that easier or more difficult. All looking very focused out there. Oh, on the forehand.
Should be handy.
Looks a lovely bowl here.
Yeah, that's
Just
beautiful.
behind.
Yeah, lovely start.
Already on end 4. 12 ends, no time limit in this game. See, there's been a bit of work done on the greens and the surrounds with the AstroTurf being laid along the edges of the greens, and also the rink numbers being adjusted here, Nigel. I think instead of having the rink numbers that are on top, they've got the fancy ones that are down and level with the ground. It's looking lovely.
Oh, the team were here early this morning, and we're chipping in, and
Very well directed by the president as well. I did note he's got a how do you put it? He's got a good tone of control, Peach, doesn't he? With
oh,
the way
he does.
he corrals his troops.
No, he's a well-respected president. That's why I said that's why he got President of the Year.
I think it certainly helps if you've got the mutual respect in a club, doesn't it, to
Absolutely.
achieve things.
Here you go, Kieran. She just
Oh,
done the bowl.
dear.
Oh.
Oh, dear. Oh, that's a
Okay.
drink.
Oh,
Not ideal. But you can cross that off your commentary list.
Well, she's got one to recover with.
Oh, it's just, we've all been there. And it's very surprising because you're waiting for your bowl to start turning. You think, I'm sure I didn't take that much green. It just keeps going.
well, we had our twilight last night, Alex, and we have 108 people. We have a thing called a toucher, and you win a big prize. So
Yes.
it was like an air fryer or something like that. And the lady did the first bowl, and she missed. And I said, "I'll go and have another go." And she did the wrong bias. Unreal. And I told her I was going to give her an extra $10,000 if she hit it, but no.
So an air fryer for a toucher, but what about for a wrong bias?
Yeah, no, that she had to shout the bar.
Yeah.
Rightly so.
And if they don't get the toucher, it jackpots to the next week. So great prizes to be had.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Adele Einerson.
Yeah, she had a good season last year, won the Auckland Premier Singles and finished in the runners-up team for the New Zealand Fours at Paratutu.
Yeah, very steady bowler.
How many clubs nationwide, Alex?
Uh,
I'm putting you on the spot here, mate.
Well, it used to be 465.
Yep.
I think it is roughly 465 still. We had a couple of new clubs re-affiliate last year. We had Turkow come back and Hamner Springs came back. So for the first time in many years, I think we finished the season with more clubs than we started it with. But about 460 clubs all up. So we're everywhere as bowls.
Well, you got to say it's that one game that you can throw your bowls in the back of the car when you go on a summer holiday. There's always a welcoming club. You turn up for a roll-up.
Yeah, I think we underestimate in the cities how many bowling clubs there are in the little towns and how much of a communal hub they are. There is just as a bowling club is a communal hub here in Auckland or in Tauranga or one of the bigger cities. You go into the rural districts
Absolutely.
and there are so many bowling clubs in those little towns where you wouldn't think there'd be enough people to make a bowling club work. They're just there. It's fantastic.
I went to the Waihi Beach, and I don't think you get a better view in the whole of the world at a bowling club.
It's pretty good.
Oh, really?
Fantastic.
Leanne been playing well so far. We're on end 4, so it's her 7th bowl. That grooved delivery.
Is that a deliberate back one? Would be.
They do have one, well, 2 at the back. But I do wonder if, she was probably still looking past, but maybe not as far past as those other ones.
Elaine here, if she has the right weight, this is a absolute stonking bowl.
Yeah, she's close.
Unlucky. Well, not unlucky. It's well played. Should be in for second, I think. What do you do here, Terry, if you're Leanne?
I'd be feeling pretty vulnerable. I think they've only got one bowl on the head, that orange one. So I'd be looking to get another bowl on the head. Possibly still just past, because I think Elaine's got a few in behind the jack there.
Yeah, she's endeavouring
Close
to
if she has
play
a
that.
clean run. Oh, that'll do. That's their bowl.
That's gone really well. Good weight. She's got a great record, Elaine, in the Bowls North Harbour Centre, and had a very good record at the New Zealand Open as well.
Close again.
It's just arriving.
That's classy stuff, eh?
Brilliant.
Go Going to be 1 to Elaine. Yep. So the score 2-4 now after 4 ends. Yeah, Elaine's got some incredible number of centre titles at Bowls North Harbour. I feel like she won maybe 3 or 4 of the New Zealand Open events when that was a thing. Bowls Auckland used to run something called the New Zealand Open, which was a very large event. I think she may have won her titles with Patsy Jorgensen perhaps, and I feel like Diane Hazelton was in one of the teams. Terry, you remember Diane from Indoor Bowls? Idle thinking. 2-4 the score anyway, and we're on the 5th end, and that's barely made it over the front
just
line.
made it, yeah.
I wouldn't say that's up. There we go. So the rules are, if it's delivered incorrectly, the jack gets placed on the 2 metre mark, and the non-offending team can place the net wherever they would like to place it between the,
Oh, nice.
the 2.
Is that just to speed it up, or?
Yeah, it is. Yeah,
Yeah.
I think it's a good idea, really.
Yeah. Yeah, I have trouble with the bias on that jack when I throw it myself personally, but
Oh, Colin helped Lindsay Gilmore learn how to deliver a jack. I think before Lindsay uses a bowling arm now, but before he moved to the bowling arm, he said just put 1 foot each side of the mat and throw it straight up the middle like you're crouching. And it fixed him, didn't it, Colin? Yeah, Colin said, yep. That's his coaching advice. We saw a very short first bowl.
all these ladies are from the shore, aren't they, on the harbour, so they would have played each other quite a few times over the years, I'd say.
Yeah,
And would
barring,
know each other's strengths.
Yeah, Leanne plays her bowls out of the Pakadanga Bowling Club, but she's been a competitor at all the things for a long time, so she'll know these players and the green pretty well.
So there you go, Alex. I was trying to say that I knew what I was talking about, then you corrected me.
In a nice way.
Well done, mate. No.
See our co-commentators for MetLife Care are out still watching the bowls.
Yep, that's all the marketing team.
Be great to have them here along to watch your finals
Oh,
day.
look, it's been great. They've really engaged with the whole, embraced it all there. Amanda to the right there and Shabana just next to her. They've been wonderful to deal with, and they've got their marketing team along today, and been part of the presentations, and yeah, they're having a great time.
And to be able to see, it's pretty clear when you come to this headquarters, how many people have been involved, because you've had hundreds of people playing over the last week, isn't it, that you've been running this New Zealand Masters, but also the support that it gets. Like, it's quite exciting to hear the crowds as we near the end of these finals show a bit of emotion, and the players obviously what it means to them as well.
Look, I must do a big shout out to Garth from Harbour Bowls. He's put so much time and effort in, and probably over the last 6 weeks we've had weekly meetings with the MetLife Care team, just working through putting things in place, and we prayed for the weather gods, and they've definitely been on our side today.
Bowls New Zealand ordered fine weather
Okay.
for this, and also for the nationals that are coming up.
So will
And
Mark
the
send me
World
an invoice for
Championship
that fine weather?
Well, we'll have to wait and see. Certainly, we tried to order fine weather last year and it didn't go that well.
Well, 6 and Ozpol. Oh, see, I didn't want to put the commentator's curse on. Unbelievable. Kieran's drawing it in. She's had 11 North Harbour titles to her name over the time. And she loves her NRL too, by the way. She's on the tipping team, the hobby crew, and her husband Chubb.
Which team do you support? Surely the Warriors.
Oh, it's our year next year. Up the Waz.
How long have you been? That's fine.
Yeah.
For a number of years, I'd never actually seen them win a game, and I watched a lot of games, but I broke that curse.
Yeah, we're tough supporters.
It's good life lessons, that you learn. Oh, well, without even looking at where the bowl's going, I would say that Well, I was about to say that she didn't like it very much. Oh, it was perfect weight, I feel. I feel just half a bowl wide. And all these bowls shy of the jack because it's the longest end I think we've had so far.
Yeah, I was just going to say, nothing behind.
Following is short end as well, so it's quite the contrast. Oh, this must be on a good track.
If she's got the weight, it's amazing. But look, we're going to have another short bowl. Just, it's funny how it dominoes, because every bowl that has been played is becoming more challenging, because you're just getting this wall of bowls up front to try and get through, and there's nothing to move the jack back to, even if you get past them.
It's another thing, and I only just learnt this recently, which, you know, I should have known probably a few years ago, but you see the orange bowl and the blue bowl, and the blue bowl's on the flat. And so what percentage more do you have to hit that harder? Because, yeah, it makes sense. If you've got a stand-up bowl, it's going to roll easy.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we'll just see, no, just missed. So, Alex, give me your professional feedback there, mate. Or do I hand over to Terry?
Oh, maybe hand over to Terry. I'd say like a quarter again.
A quarter again?
Get it to lift up and over. You usually leave it to your subconscious to figure out, as long as you put the information into your brain. So it's important to know if it's sitting flat or if it's standing up, because that makes a difference. And you just feed it into your computer and pray that it comes out of your hand. Right.
And that's the other key thing, isn't it? Is the communication from the skip to say it's lying flat.
Mm. You talk about Peter Ballas, the best book on bowls I've ever read. Have you read his book on bowls?
I don't read, mate.
Well, you could read that one. He wrote a book called Think and Play Peter Bowls with Peter Ballas and a guy called Mark DeLacy, who's now a singing children's entertainer, I think, but that's irrelevant. He wrote it with a guy called Mark DeLacy in the 90s, and it's not very much about the physical delivery, how to play a game, and it's almost entirely about the mental side of it.
Yep.
He talks a lot about the subconscious and just looking, you observe what is happening and trust that your brain is going to figure it out, because you try and think about it too much. Like, explain to me how you find your weight. I don't know how I find my weight.
My biggest takeaway from that book was input, output, and I think about that quite often. So what you're putting into your brain is what's coming out. So of course, if you're putting in I think one of the things was as well, and it's talking about factual thinking versus emotional thinking. So say if I were to play a narrow bowl, rather than thinking, oh, I was narrow, what you're putting into your brain is narrow. Whereas if you're like, right, I need to take a wider line, that's what you're putting in, and therefore that's what you're putting out.
So a positive sort of aspect to it.
Yeah. And I like the facts over the emotion in that sense, because the facts, I don't know.
And it just applies across all sports too, doesn't
Absolutely.
it? The whole general sort of...
Trust your eyes.
Yeah.
Elaine. Oh.
Any piece.
Oh, goodness.
Swing and a miss. That wasn't far away. Right, let's count it up. So I can see a white stickered bowl that sits at 9 o'clock. So I think Leanne holding at least a 2. The bowl that's obviously closest to the jack. And I think the 1 at 11 will be in. So for Leanne, it's just about drawing another shot on the forehand, I think, which of course is to the left of your screen. Now looking at an attacking bowl, so how many seconds has she got? Very confident. She's been very confident, isn't she? She's just indicating that perhaps she could come underneath a short bowl to chip out that white stickered one. I don't know how many extras that's worth. Yes, Terry?
Well, no, there's another white stickered bowl to the left of our screen, isn't there?
Yeah, it can look different. I mean, it can look different on the camera. So she was indicating the white stickered bowl that's to the leftist on your screen. I think she was indicating she wanted to get rid of it.
Right, and
which would bring in her bowl. But
maybe those two, but not that front white stickered bowl.
Let's just wait and see what she does.
Yeah.
Ultimately, she's just drawing. So
yeah,
a good decision you have to feel. Oh, was she trying to cannon it through or something?
Yeah, good for 3.
Yeah, good bowl. So 1, 2, 3. And not a comfortable lead, but it's going to be a 5-shot lead to the Ann Polson skip team as we enter the 6th end of 12, approaching the halfway mark. 5 shots is reasonably defensible, isn't it, Terry? Now they'll be feeling okay with how this is progressing.
Yeah, absolutely. I think now is when they'll look to capitalise a little further as well. Once you get a 5-shot buffer, you just want to extend it all the time, don't you? On the flip side, Elaine's team are wanting to be closing that gap a little bit before it does start to feel a little bit too far out of reach.
Yeah, I think for Elaine's team, they're probably instinctively feeling like they should score on this end, just to stay within. If you can keep within 3-ish of a team, that's quite achievable. You can score 3 shots in an end of 4s, but to score a 5 happens more rarely.
Yep, Leanne's happy with that start from Rosemary. I do like the orange bowls.
What colour are your bowls, Terry?
What colour are my bowls?
Yeah.
Black.
Oh, well, that's boring.
Yes.
Traditional.
They've got a speckle running through them, don't they, your
A
bowls?
white speckle, yeah. Yeah, no, they're not all that exciting.
Nigel?
I got purple bowls, mate.
Purple bowls.
Are they a dark purple or a...
A dark purple, they are. Yep.
Well, Alex has all the colours.
I've got 7 colours. I got the rainbow bowls because I couldn't decide what colour to get when they first came out.
Ironically, he's colourblind, so he probably can't even fully appreciate
I
that.
can see most of the colours. The two blues look the same, but apparently they're not both blue. I maintain they look better than the 2 or 3 splits are quite hard to watch go up a green. So you've got 6 or 7 colours that actually it sort of blends in
Blurs,
quite
yeah.
nicely, so it's not quite so offensive.
So I got told the multicoloured ones that sort of play on your eyes when they get bowled. I heard a rumour, are they trying to bring those out of the international game or something?
Nah, it's like a, what do you call them,
Urban myth?
What is happening with the international game, though, more and more is that we saw at the World Championships, which was brilliant, as World Bowl said, every country must hold 2 sets of bowls for every player, and one colour has to be blue, and the other colour has to be red. And that's purely for spectator and broadcast coverage. So you can sit in the stands and watch a game of 4s like this, and one country's playing with blue bowls, and one country's playing with red bowls. So we'll see that more and more, I think, at the international games.
I mean, our budget's been great. We've supplied the shirts, but the bowls aren't going to go that way. I can't tell you right now. Unless we get a bigger sponsor in.
I'm not sure how other players would take it either. Well, you've got such a variety of makes and models. We've tossed up the idea of it at Bowls New Zealand. And then it's like, well, how would I feel if I made a national final with my multicoloured Aero Optimas and you said I have to play with red bowls that I've never played with before in my life, and I don't think I'd be that jazzed about it. Whereas if you start off the tournament with them like they do at the World Championships, it's quite different because they have the bowls all the way through. So your job, Nigel, is to get every player, all 100 of them, would have to start the event with a brand new set of blue or red bowls, and we'd be happy to.
As I said, the budget's not quite there yet, but yeah. It'd be interesting, though, in the professional game if they are told to use another bowl, and if they've got sponsorship agreements or whatever with the opposition.
Shaping up really well for Leanne's team.
They're just sort of hitting their straps a little bit now, aren't they? Settling in nicely. Like Elaine, if you look at this head, there's nothing to play to yet for the white stickered bowls, so it's actually important to get bowls past the head first, and then Elaine and her 3 can look to try and make something out of it. That's a good shot there. That's nicely played.
Yep.
So there is no kill, is that correct, Alex? It's replay.
Yeah, kills respotted on the 2 metre
on
mark.
the 2, so
This bowl here, just travelling a little bit. Is that Jean Ashby in the right of the screen, Nigel?
It is Jean Ashby.
Quite a magnificent woman, isn't she?
She's lovely, and we invited her along the other week to the pre-launch too. And I'm sure we've sorted a shirt for her too. So
Oh, she's an amazing lady.
Yeah.
She's the one
lovely lady.
one of the life members of Bowls New Zealand. Sends us a Christmas card for Christmas every year.
Oh, really?
Often calls into the office just to see what's happening in the
Yeah.
world of bowls. Absolutely lovely woman, and did so much work, and still does so much work for the game. And she's, I'm sure she won't mind me saying, because I think Bowls North Harbour had a do for her, but she's a nonagenarian now, so it's quite an impressive effort, and was still umpiring up until last year.
Oh, she was just so humble when she came along last week, and yeah, she just had a smile on her face and just enjoys being a part of it, which is great.
Oh, got it square.
I want you to have a look at those balls. A run into those balls. Got to wait this way.
See Elaine just asking for a run shot on the back end into the group of 3 shot bowls. This bowl needs to let go. It's the softest played run shot I've ever seen. But still would have been effective, Nigel. It would have opened the
Absolutely.
head up.
Yep. Because that's the problem now. You can't see the kitty at the moment.
I think Elena will look to play the same shot. And we've got the two white stickered bowls that are past the jack. So if Elaine can hit the shot bowl that sits at 1 o'clock
Yep.
through the jack and pop it back in that direction, she'll sit with 2. So Leanne, I think, will probably be looking to cover that on the forehand. Just draw to either of those white stickered bowls.
Absolutely.
Just in case that's where the jack ends up going.
Yep. It's almost like a game of chess, isn't it, mate? Putting your pieces into place.
Absolutely. It's a game of chess with sometimes very uncooperative pieces. That's a nice bowl there from Nan. She's done the same thing, essentially sort of half in the way of where the jack's going. I think we'll see Elaine just play through this though. All she needs to do is get past the front bowl with weight, and she'll be close to a really good result, and she is.
Oh, it's coming in.
Oh, unlucky really. That was a well-played bowl.
Yeah.
I know we're only halfway through, but it feels like quite a big end. If Elaine can find a way to score here, you're staying within touch, but otherwise Leanne's going to take a comfortable lead in this final.
Yeah, you want to keep it close, and I suppose that's a balancing act there too, Alex, isn't it? Like, where do you just happy for the one, or you move on, or do you take the risk and try and work for the points, you know?
Alright, so there's just a bit of conversation here. Leanne's just trying to understand where the dangers are. No, she's not. She's asking people to move off her mark.
Yeah, it's a team.
Where do you look, Nigel, when you're playing a bowl?
Well, as I said, mate, I'm just an average junior. I pretty much only look about 5 metres in front of me, basically, at a line there. It works for me.
Yeah, coming from an indoor background, the same as Terry, in indoor bowls you're taught to, like golf, you're taught to actually look down. So we don't look up at all when you play indoor. And at outdoor I look not that far in front of me. So one of the things I was really bad at with etiquette, and indoor bowlers tend to be poor at with etiquette, is we forget that people are looking up. And you tend just to walk past because you're expecting the bowler to be looking down at the ground when they're playing, and you often forget that you might sort of get in their eye line.
Oh, so I'm much the same as you then. So you just
in front.
You're only
just
in front. Yeah.
And if I'm playing really well, I actually couldn't tell you where I look. I don't know where I look.
Because I know most look for markers on the bank or.
I would argue the best place. I think looking for a marker on the bank is a little bit dangerous, because if you're looking in a fixed spot, I don't understand how that works if the jack length changes.
Yeah.
Because if the jack is shorter, you have to take less green, and if the jack is longer, you have to take more green because the bowl's got more work to do. So you'd actually have to change. You'd have to change your marker. You couldn't go, I'm looking at a drink bottle, because what happens if it's a short jack? You'd have to look inside from the drink bottle. And if it's a long jack, you'd have to look at the bowling bag to the right of the drink bottle.
And what if the drink bottle moves?
Oh, exactly. It's just,
I'm sorry, but I was just going to say, I've got mates that would move the drink bottle, but I would move the drink
Those
bottle
are your
too.
mates.
So, we have a lot of banter
why
at
am I missing
Hobson
wide?
Hall. Yeah, because that has happened. A drink bottle's been moved.
I think if I'm really struggling to find my line, then that might be a really basic way to try and find my way back into a game. But overall, I do like to visualise my line and where the bowl's going to break.
So it's going to be another 3, I think, to Leanne Paulson's team. I see 2've been conceded. Maybe 2.5. We'll just wait and see. Three. Now I've forgotten how many I put up. None.
No,
So
you
we're up
haven't
to... Because I was being clever and waiting this time. So it's 10-2. And we've played 6 ends. So an 8-shot lead to Leanne Paulson. What's the way back for Elaine McClintock? Terry, if you were in Elaine's shoes as the skip, what would you be thinking here? How do you recover an 8-shot deficit?
I always sound like a broken record, I'm sure. But, I always break it up mathematically. So... we're at the halfway mark, are we? So 6 ends to go. I think 8 points in 6 ends doesn't sound all that overwhelming. 8 shots on their own, sure, that would be a little bit overwhelming. But again, it's just looking at what you can control and sticking to your processes, changing up the things. If you get a chance at changing the jack length, do that. Maybe looking to miss in the right areas, Obviously, we've seen Elaine's team maybe up front. Just, if anything, they might be dropping a bit short. So, changing that up. Looking to be past, if anything.
Do you direct a little bit as the skip? Like, would you stand where you want your lead in 2 to finish, or do you leave it sort of up to the team?
I think and it doesn't matter if we're 8 down or 8 up or all square. I think I naturally do direct a lot as a skip anyway, and I think I do that more just to keep myself invested and mentally sharp in the game. That's a great first bowl by Jan. Just keeping the communication lines open and keeping everyone engaged. I think it's a good way to keep the spirits high. It's always good having a little chat on the crossover, although I usually forget to chat about the things that matter. A chance again for Jan.
I don't think 8 points is, too much of an issue at this stage, but you certainly want to get on the board and, a couple each time, chip away, as opposed to trying to play the big play at this stage of the game.
Yeah, that's it. It wouldn't be a position that they'd like being in, but they'll also know it's not the end of the world. And, how often do we hear a game, game of 2 halves?
Exactly, especially in this game of bowls. I've seen it happen many a time.
So many stories, when you sit down and start talking about how games have gone. There's so many stories where one team's been a million shots up and found a way to lose, and vice versa.
I've seen in singles up to 21 and people come back from single figures to still take them.
Yeah, we had a game at the National Fours where we were 17-2 up and found a way to lose. So
Oh no!
Recently had a game where we were 15-2 down and fought our way back to be just the 1 down, but unfortunately we still lost that as well.
I'd still find it too soon to be talking about that if I was you, Terry. I don't think there'd be ever a time.
No, I think the positive in that was that we were able to turn it around, because we weren't playing very well, and then something within us, we were able to make that switch, turn it on. and actually start playing some bowls and scoring, which is always helpful.
Oh, it's going to cut across the head. Little feather off the front one.
Oh, see, have you used
That just
word
came naturally out of my mouth as well.
I should have put copyright on that, Alex. I got to say, Terry, you just mentioned the national fours last year. I've had a lot of the older, players in the club. They said, you've got to go for the experience. So a group of us, 4 of us, went down to Taranaki last year.
Awesome.
And it was our first ever, my first ever fours. And, what a great time. And our draw, we came up against, he's now a good friend of mine, is Lance Tasker. And another guy called Peter Bellis. Have you heard of him? Yeah, that was our first game.
Excellent.
Then the second game, we played Shannon McElroy and Lance and Tinker. We played the full Kiwi team. And, that was my first 2 games. And we had the best time ever. And such
there was
beautiful
another
people.
tough team in that section, I think, as well. Yeah, I
Oh,
remember seeing
No, that was
section.
us. Our team.
You look at the sections because they're randomly drawn and it's an open entry, and sometimes you go, whoa.
You know what? We couldn't have asked for better people to play, and they were just so engaging. And you can see the wind's picked up there on the shirts here, but now a bit of a crosswind.
Yeah, just a little bit. That bowl a bit shy. Oh, well, that's very clear, isn't it? To my feet, she says.
It's like a runway.
Yeah, landed here.
Yeah, that was very good direction from Leanne.
Let's watch it from the player's end. Underneath the line. Oh, well, she got 3 claps. Very easily pleased. Now,
Gonna
how's
get
the
under.
running? Need a curling broom sometimes in this game, eh? Just you got perfect line and you just want it just to run that extra little bit.
It is going to be a little bit of a nuisance for Leanne, I think.
Well, I mean, it's irksome also for
Yeah.
Elaine, who's 8 down, needs to score, has not much past and more in front. You know,
She does have bowls to promote, though.
talking about the 2. Is it the 2 bowls at sort of 10, 11 o'clock that you would knock up if you were?
Yeah, those 2
Elaine?
purple ones on the left-hand side. They look very inviting for Elaine. I don't know, I feel like Leanne's almost better just to draw down and almost, she won't be, but there was a bowl that she could sort of roll around herself.
On the forehand.
Playing with weight.
Oh, that must be a No, I'm confused.
Was
Does
she
the
looking
sticker
to...
come off that bowl or something?
What are you looking at, sorry?
Or what was she hitting if she's holding the shot?
No, she's not holding the shot, but those bowls have never had stickers on them all game. I was confused earlier as well. Oh, here comes an edge.
An edge or a feather?
Definitely not a feather.
Well,
That was
look,
too much.
I'm still asking. I'm still laughing at Alex when he's tapping the monitor that no one else can see.
No,
And he goes,
I
"That."
was trying to understand what was going on.
So the shot bowl is an Elaine McClintock bowl without a sticker.
Yeah, okay.
I think Leanne was almost, I could be wrong, I feel like she's going to look to come off these wing bowls to the left at 9 o'clock and shoot into the shot bowl potentially. I don't imagine she would have been going through the white stickered bowls.
No, fair enough. Well, please excuse my state of confusion. I've only had 1 coffee today. And that's just passing through, so she's just looking for a good result there, eh? So now Elaine has an opportunity to roll one of those white stickered bowls, maybe 2.5 rolls, in for shot on the forehand.
She couldn't find a way under those bowls to the second shot, could she? To roll it out a few.
Well, it's the same weight for both, so you may as well.
Yeah. Not easy, but a few rolls out of that might bring in a couple more.
Yeah. I think forehand's the easiest shot here. Because the bowls are sitting flat and reasonably safe. You'd be so unlucky to somehow hit one of those bowls onto the jack to pop out to the side if you've just got weight to sit it up twice? Like, what are the chances? Be intrigued also to note the jack length that is delivered by Elaine's lead, as they're going to score on this end, right? And they've been struggling a little bit, a lot of short bowls. I wonder if we'll see the mat up or the jack short.
So Elaine's on the backhand, also has options to promote there or come under. How's the speed?
Bill's got to get there.
No. So 1-2 Elaine's team. So they're going to trail by 7 shots. We're on the 8th end. I think we'll almost see the mat come up here a little bit, eh? You know, sort of reduce the distance that way, walk the mat up to halfway between the 2 metre and the end.
Well, they just changed it and they got on the board, so
yeah.
you got to stick to it now.
Keep walking.
No.
Instructions from... Oh, yep. So they're opting for a full length by the sounds.
But Elaine is standing there.
Oh.
So we're looking for a half length jack. Okay, whatever works, as long as you're changing something, eh? You know, you can't be trying the same thing if it's not been working. Beautiful. That's really good. I like this call. So we've got a very short end. I think a really good option there for Elaine's team. And now the trick is for your first bowl to be close after we've gone to this effort.
Well, it was Jan's bowl. That was the shot bowl last end. Stayed there all end.
This non-stickered bowl. That was quite...
Here she comes. Needs to hang around.
handy start.
You heard Elaine there say, that's good there, it's behind, and that's, you know, a little bit of what we spoke about. Just missing in those good areas. Yeah, looking good if it runs.
Waiting for it to turn.
It's going to get behind.
Go. Wonder if we gave the skips like a little battery powered leaf blower. Just an idle thought.
Oh no, we just don't know where that came from.
To
To stop
keep
the
the bowl.
or to you get behind the bowl.
So instead of like the
further.
curling sweeper thing.
Instead of a curling broom, you'd
Yeah,
need like
I was
little,
lost
it's just
as
the
well.
modern way of curling, isn't
a
it?
little leaf blower.
Yeah.
Or you could stop a bowl if it was too heavy.
Sounds like too much admin. Carrying around one of those.
Okay. Just trying to revolutionise the sport. It's fine.
Imagine that. Gosh, I reckon I'd hold the leaf blower and I'd be blowing backwards.
You probably would be, yeah. I do fear for you on a windy day sometimes, Terry.
Just stand behind me,
I was
Terry.
going to say,
You'll be fine.
it's not a challenge I've ever had. So reasonable head of bowls developing here. You can see there these greens are 34.5 metres by 34.5. Which on a world scale, the New Zealand greens are actually a bit smaller than most others. The international green tends to be 40 metres by 40 metres. I think we've got two in New Zealand. One's in Hinuera and the other one is at Nainai. The Hinuera green's fantastic because it runs pretty slick and it's 40 metres by 40 metres. And 5 metres is more than you think. They're
Absolutely.
very long greens and quite slick. So it takes a few ends for newbies to figure out that you actually have to take quite a bit more green.
Is it going to get round? Yep.
Oh, try it.
Judy was on a good line that first bowl. She'll just need to beat her last one. Doesn't need to change too much.
This is coming in nicely.
Yeah, handy bowl. Maureen on the forehand. She's got the weight right. This is a very nice line. Go. Oh, she'll be gutted with that because you know when you let it go, you've got the good line, and then to just watch your bowl sputter out.
And they're needing the numbers at this stage too. They've got to get a number on the board.
Very tight line there from Adele. I think perhaps just didn't get it out of the hand as she would have liked. You can see there from the players' end, there's just that wall of bowls in front. Maureen's delivered hers, so we'll see it come onto screen soon. Oh, thread the needle. Still feels like there's plenty of room here.
Crash into that orange bowl.
Yeah. Good use of the terminology there, Terry.
Curling term, we've heard.
And it's good and bad there for Leanne's team because she's obviously added a counter, but it feels like it's opened up that forehand side, doesn't it, for Elaine. She can play that forehand now underneath the blue bowl. It's a bit low of the jack.
Yeah, but Judy does have two bowls back there as well, so...
Oh, and you're only drawing for one, really. Like,
True.
There isn't a number here for Elaine. Are you going to get aggressive, Terry?
I don't know why. Oh, I love a trail shot.
Go to the garden shed and find your rake. On the forehand.
He'll need to...
Oh, dear.
Well, that's a white stickered bowl. May help their situation.
You look at the scoreboard and the standard that Leanne's team is playing at, and it feels like Elaine really needs to score on this end because you're only playing 12 and this is the 8th end, so there's not actually that much time after this to go. There's not that many ends of scoring left. Leanne on the back end.
I do like those shirts.
I said we'd get you one, so one of each colour.
And now it's a broadcast, so you can hold Nigel accountable, Terry.
On end 8. Oh, that's another handy bowl.
Just one more of the special things about this event, I think. It's, as you said when we were before we broadcast, Nigel, it's about the little things that makes the players feel like it's a special event to be a part of, doesn't it?
Oh, absolutely. And when we took on the project, it was all about just really wanting to, get the players to see, this is moving forward, and it's the biggest year ever, over 650 odd entries, so fantastic. So it's the biggest year. So watch the space next year, but there won't be a red and a blue bowl, okay? The budget just won't go there at the moment.
Not yet. It's just like trying to find a way back from 310 down. It's one step at a time.
But I got to say, credit to MetLife Care. They've given all the players, they all got goodie bags. Thanks to Tasty too. I'm just throwing a quick one out there. Just an email out of the blue, and they provided 700 muesli bars. So fantastic to them. And MetLife Care put a package together. They've all got bowling towels, pens, cafe vouchers, everything. So they've really made the players enjoy their week here.
Yeah, I did see that Lynn East in that mixed pairs 60 to 74 age bracket. She was the winning skip. I did see her with the MetLife bowling cloth. So that is a nice touch.
Oh, we might be able to find one for you too.
Anything
I'll
else?
invoice all
Anything
this
else you'd like to?
It's all turning to gold, isn't it?
Oh no, Terry's going to be my new mix
The mixed
partner.
peers. Oh, I
Yeah,
see.
mixed
I
peers
see.
partner.
Yeah. Oh, very
Brilliant.
good.
Well, this is a great
Just
start.
a great start. They're just looking well put together, aren't they, Leanne's team? Slightly more steady, I think, than Elaine. It's not been a huge gap, but just that little bit more effective with their bowls.
Well, at this stage of the game, to put one right on the kitty, it just puts pressure on now, doesn't it? And it's all about building the pressure, and what a great start.
Yeah, for sure. When you're defending an 8-shot lead and you've only got 3 ends to go after this, that's a perfect way to start an end. This is a pretty good reply, though.
Yeah.
Needs it to keep running just a little bit more. Good shot.
So tell me, Alex, in 9, what's Leanne's sort of, what would she be looking at 11-3? Is it counteract, to just block or just get points, or
Yeah, you
just
sort
keep
of.
doing?
Yeah. I think you just you become slightly less aggressive. So it is. Oh, just watch this bowl. That's a great shot.
Brilliant.
If you're playing confidently, you don't want to take the foot off the petrol too much. You don't
Yep.
want to get too defensive. But it will be more like, we're happy to drop 1s and 2s
Yep.
if that's how it so happens.
Yeah. So you're still playing conservative, but you're keeping the pressure on.
I think, yeah.
Leanne may not opt to play a bowl for 5, for example. We saw in the first 2 or 3 ends, Leanne was quite attacking. I think now that she's found herself 11-3 up, she would probably go, we'll just draw for second.
Look at this
There's a
good
nice bowl here.
That's exceptional
Excellent
stuff.
leading from both players.
Oh, it's going to fall. Right.
Might up after it's... oh, no.
If
Yeah.
you had your little wind blower, you could have...
That's exactly
Yeah.
one of the opportunities you could have used it for. Battery-powered leaf blower.
I think, just revisiting that question, I think Leanne would look to really just keep doing what they're doing, but know that that dropping singles is okay. So it's more just trying to deter any big numbers from happening.
So that's a sign, I suppose, of a good skipper, is just really knowing when and where to change tactics or whatever.
Yeah.
And you got the respect of your team to...
Gee, look at this as well.
Oh, is this going to thread the needle?
Wants to be on the outside of it.
Oh!
That was a nice touch.
Oh, what an end of bowls. We've got 5 bowls within like a foot and a half of the jack.
Yeah.
This is ridiculous.
Oh, you wouldn't want to follow these bowls up.
No, I wouldn't be getting this close. Absolutely not. Unless I was allowed to walk up to the head and place the
it.
bowl. Well, you got to be on the backhand too, right? Just reaching through to the tee. I just about said to the spot.
Jan will be thinking, I've played one of my better ends here and we're 3 down.
If this turns, it's close too. How's the weight?
Needs to run.
How's the weight? You wouldn't be sure.
Don't block it.
Oh, goodness. Well, that's gutting.
No, that's all right. Nothing's been... it's tightened the track a little bit, but nothing's blocked.
Yeah. You would have wanted to have missed to the tee. If you miss the head, you wanted your bowl to finish on the tee because it creates more opportunities for later.
I would be telling Jan to go the same again, and past is good. If she happened to catch the outside edge of her bowl and sit it up, I think that's quite nice.
See, that's what I was talking about, is when do you get to the stage to say, hit the 2 metre just in case,
Well, here's probably a good... I mean, they don't need points as such. They
That's
are
right,
already holding
yeah.
3. Should be handy.
Yeah, that's a well played bowl.
Yeah.
Really good.
Lovely bowl.
Yep, and so when Leanne said second prize, it obviously wasn't the first call that opted for, but again, it's like a great, plan B where, missing in the right areas we're talking about.
And you would expect this bowl to be almost exactly the same as what we've just seen, right? You're drawing to the 2 metre mark, and if you're on the tight side, you're changing something for Elaine's team. Just how you sort of visualise it in your head.
See, this is what I'm wondering. Are they all thinking about the back now to mix it up at the front. Oh, can't see that ball.
No, it's finished out wide. So Leanne can go into defensive mode now because
Absolutely.
she's holding 2.5. So she'll just put bowls all around the back. But Elaine's team really needs to be trying to change this head, reaching through. That short bowl at 12 o'clock will be a thorn in the side because it's just about directly in the way. That bowl's not that helpful either, to be fair, because it's just sort of
Changing
sits
angles.
at that 12 o'clock mark.
So Terry, is there such thing as putting a blocker in, or is that not a good shot? Is that
Oh, you wouldn't see it all that often in outdoor, but they have been played in outdoor. I think in the indoor game on the mats, that smaller format of bowls, blocks are played quite often, more so by the skips. It wouldn't be very often you'd play them too early in an end.
I mean, they're still a hard shot because you've got to put them right into where you want the block. But
Yeah, and it's probably one that you don't play all that often to really practice it.
Often they're accidentally a guide. If you get too close to the head, instead of blocking it, you become a bowl to get around or a bowl to get under, which actually helps your opposition.
That was a lovely bowl there. It's this one in the area. Down to the speed again.
You can't be short.
I think it's just going to run out of juice there.
That'd be so frustrating for Elaine's team. They've played bowls that are just about but not quite, You know,
That's it. Well, see what Leanne does, but I guess Elaine would just be looking to reach through that last one just played. Leanne, of course, holding 3 and have the tee covered.
if you're Leanne, you're feeling pretty good at the moment. See there, Leanne's team, all resplendent in the shirts that Terry's going to get.
I was just going to say what a great shot that is, you know.
Me too, I was thinking
Yeah.
that as well.
I thought, were we not waiting for Elaine to play a bowl?
No, Leanne does have first bowl here
Oh, I thought
because
they were
they did
just-
score the
I thought they were just
previous
standing
end.
there enjoying each other's company. Must have
Well,
been.
there's another good shot of a team.
Yeah,
Right.
Colin's doing a great job with the cameras.
So Elaine will wait for Leanne's bowl. It's got the pink cloth to match the bowls. Elaine does.
So Leanne opting for the back end side. And just running for cover essentially. You hold a really good 3. Even if you drop this end, you're only going to drop 1 or 2.
Yeah.
So you easily, you're still feeling pretty comfortable defending a 7 or 6 shot lead with 2 to go. But, you know, I don't know. What do you do if you're Elaine here, Terry? You just have to hit the front, don't you? One of the front
Well,
bowls.
Well, I did mention before I'd probably be punching through the bowl that Maureen played. So you can
Standing up, eh?
Yeah, that's it. So it'll be the 3rd shortest bowl. Feels like it's coming into the head pretty well. Needs to break.
It's going to drift here.
Not a-
Yeah, I wonder. I'd almost be more direct than that.
I think you should be trying
Yeah.
to drive it.
That's it.
The, Leanne looking at the dangers. They've got the 2 metre mark, so you cross that off your list. You know, it's almost safe enough to add a 4th shot on the forehand if you want. I feel like they've got a lot of the dangers covered. What's the harm in drawing to the 2 orange bowls?
Yeah,
You're not
that's
going to
it.
make it easier for Elaine to play her bowl. There's nowhere else you can cover it. You may as well add a 4th, and then if Elaine misses, you score a 4 instead of a 3. Maybe.
Yeah.
No, I don't know. Came out of her hand absolutely as smooth as silk, that one.
Coming around the back by the
Yeah,
looks.
going for a back bowl here.
Just finishing on the high side.
It's just really hard to see the jack going anywhere, really. It's not a clear route to it. Right, through Maureen's bowl. She's a chance.
Needs it square as she
Big
can.
chance. Just a touch tight. Oh, that might have worked though.
Huh. Well, it might have gone brilliantly well. Oh, and she hit the bowl she was aiming for there.
Yeah, I thought it might have just been a touch tight for the angle she needed, but it obviously worked out.
Yeah, they got the one.
Oh, we're calling an umpire.
A brilliant bowl regardless.
So we're just waiting for the umpire to turn up. There we are. So as we near the end of this match, Nigel, it's an opportunity to acknowledge those who've assisted you guys in running your MetLife Care New Zealand Masters. Is there anyone in particular you want to thank on this broadcast?
Oh, look, it's Garth Partridge. He's been just fantastic. The guys work tirelessly in the back scenes, doing everything, and he does a lot around Bowls Harbour too. But yeah, look, I would say the whole Harbour board team have got behind. You know, we've had the treasurer, we've had the everyone down packaging up 600 goodie bags for people, but the MetLife Care team have just been fantastic too. So it has been a team effort, and everyone's just made it happen. But I'd say a big thank you to the Harbour clubs themselves to get behind it. We've had to make some last minute changes, so games have moved around for the weather reasons, and yeah, everyone's just really engaged it. And obviously to Pete for Browns Bay today, he's put on a great effort, and his greenkeeper's done a great job. So yeah, just the whole Harbour Bowls community, and you guys coming on board and giving us this opportunity to do a live stream has just been the icing on the cake, and it really gives us an opportunity to showcase it also, thanks to Bowls NZ.
Oh, it's nice to be able to broadcast events like this that are run because you have a few people with a bit of a vision, and you've been able to create this event that's growing year on year. And in a sport where we so often get caught up reminiscing through rose-tinted glasses about the halcyon days and how everything was better 40 years ago, how good is it to see an event that is growing year on year and that you're adding new things to every time. So just, yeah, absolutely congratulations from us as well.
Cheers, mate. Thank you. You know, I mean, it's always about improving too. And, you know, in a week's time we'll do a debrief and we'll work on just those little things and, you know, taking it another step again.
So you get to sleep for a week and then you
Oh,
start
that's
about
Garth.
next year.
He needs to sleep for a month, I think. But no, but it's been a great team effort.
So we're 11-4, and this is the 10th end of 12 potential ends. 7 the difference. Great bowl from Elaine to snatch the shot on that previous end. Was actually looking for jack movement, but hit the bowl she was trying to hit, and we'll call it a win.
Yeah, good correction.
Good to see some people watching.
There's Lloyd.
Yeah, Lloyd Sinton.
Only been bowling 3 years. How great's that, eh?
Yeah,
Unbelievable.
amazing. A well-earned Karuba in hand.
Be surprised if that's his first refreshment of the day. So Elaine needs to score every end from here right through, you would think, to have a way of winning this game.
And then obviously it's controlling the mat too, isn't it? Because you've really got to dominate where you want the kitty in the mat.
Another good
Drawing
bowl.
in lovely.
Been pretty solid, has Judy.
I was having a gin and tonic with Judy on Monday after her game at Hobsonville, and they did well. Obviously here today.
Can see the weather in the distance is looking a little bit stressful, but we're near the end of this game, Nigel, so I think it's going to be, I think we'll be okay.
Yeah.
It's just a very concerning.
What a great shot
dark
that is,
cloud.
though, eh?
It
Look
is.
at that. Beautiful shot.
Certainly looked a picture when the sun was out this
Yeah.
morning. Not far away again.
Excited, though, eh, Alex? Getting ready for the summer of bowls.
Yeah, for sure. It's sort
Beautiful.
of as we kick into gear, it's going to be a great year, another great year. Looking forward to the World Champion singles, the Oceania Challenge. We've got the National Singles and Pairs. There's Trans-Tasman this year, which will be quite exciting. I think it's about time that we won that back. Great stuff. And we've ordered no rain for all of it, so we'll be fine.
Perfect.
Decisions here on the forehand says, Leanne, you've got that area to arrive through. And for those that are attending the National Singles and Pairs, the headquarters is Browns Bay, I have two suggestions. It's an unpaid promo, but the pie shop down the road from the Browns Bay Bowling Club, absolutely magnificent. I had a duck pie for lunch, and there's an ice cream shop called like Pinguini or Pinguino or Pen something. That's about a 5-minute walk away from the bowling club, and in the middle of summer, could highly recommend that as well before you come back here, obviously, for
Well, those that know me
refreshments
know I
and
like a
bowls.
good ice cream, but okay, I know my partner might be listening, but I did have a steak and cheese pie from that place today and a sausage roll, and it was beautiful.
Oh, right, so
And they do have gold medal awards down there, by the way.
I was very, very impressed.
Yeah.
And I've saved a cream donut for afterwards as a reward.
Alex offered me a pie and I politely turned him down.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
Regrets.
And then I
Regret.
turned up with my roast duck pie, and you were very jealous.
Yeah,
Square.
vocally jealous.
Oh,
Yeah, no, that's a good bowl.
gone really well there. And another head, you see, we're set up pretty well for Leanne Polson. You've got that solitary.
Bowl of Jan to the right hand side.
I don't think it's the shot.
No.
It sort of needs to be. Elaine needs to score again on this end. See them staring at the head.
It's a nice spot for the chalk on Elaine's hat.
You keep your chalk in your sock. On your shoe. No, you tie it to your shoelace.
I did that for one day,
It
I
was
think.
very strange.
It worked.
It was on a broadcast, if I recall correctly.
Yeah, I was new to outdoor bowls and I didn't know where to put it.
Yeah, and
I had no pocket,
it was in your on your shoe.
just in the shoelaces, yeah. I don't know why I didn't put it in the hair tie.
Well, now you've got a new plan. Needs it to turn. Oh dear. Well, she managed up and over a couple of times that white stickered bowl. Leanne's team holding the shot. 2 ends to go after this one. Very pensive as they watch on. On the back end. Can see the hours and hours and hours of practice Leanne's put in come through in her delivery, can't you? It looks so grooved.
Had a lot of success training horses as well. Leanne.
This bowl needs to count.
Needs the edge.
No, it's not going to. Holding one, she says, so this is just a bonus opportunity, but going to be at least 12-4 up on the penultimate end. That's a comfortable place to be. They've played well to get there.
Showing plenty of promise.
Short. 12-4 will be the score. And we're on the 11th end now. So if Leanne's team can score, that's it. They've won the event. If Elaine's team scores, they'll play back towards the clubhouse and try and score at least a 7 to draw and force an extra end. Stranger things have happened in bowls, but again, it's hard to see, isn't it?
Yeah, I'd say so. They have shown glimpses, though, of, just drawing right on it. Elaine, of course, has played some really good bowls at times, particularly early on in the game.
Just a shares all game, a bowl that's thereabouts.
But they've all got to be behind, don't they, mate? To be in the count. Says a junior bowler to you two.
It made sense.
And it's always nice to get one there early.
Yeah. Well, it's just they need to chase a number, so.
I think I can remember maybe twice in my career I've seen a jack go up the rank properly. Once was very amusing. It was at a junior event, the Milford
5,000.
5,000. I don't remember his name. It was a Balmoral team, and the skip had spent the day being pretty vocal about the lack of back bowls that his team had put in. And I think on the one end of the entire day, where his team put 4 bowls past the head, and he put his 5th bowl past the head. Actually, all of them must have been past. They were holding like a 1. The opposition drove and it bounced off the backboard up the green and they dropped a 5. If only they'd had short bowls that end. Oh, it was funny, but only because it wasn't me.
Sorry, it hit the backboard.
The jack hit the backboard
Yeah.
and bounced all the way back up the green, about halfway up the green.
Oh, so I thought if it hit the backboard, I thought that's the ditch.
No.
Okay.
Bounced back out.
Okay, I can't remember who I played, but you owe me a beer because when I played you, you said it was in. Yeah, sorry.
No, if it bounces back up, it bounces back up.
Okay.
He says with confidence.
Yeah.
That was funny anyway. I enjoyed watching it. It's certainly very rare, isn't it, for a jack to go back up the rink. Like 98% of the time, any movement is always moving backwards. It's just physics. So realistically, Elaine would probably want to score a 3 or a 4 on this end. Now we've seen, I think, no score of more than 3, have we, in this entire game that I can recall? I think there was a 3 once, maybe.
I think there were about 3 threes in a row.
Is that what happened?
Yeah.
Yeah, so not like huge numbers. And Elaine's trailing by 8. So she'd need to get maybe 2 4s even would be like probably your most realistic way of forcing an extra end here. As Nigel said, to do that you need bowls past the head first.
That's it. Good junior bowler will say that.
Well, we've got 1 bowl past the head, so it's about trying to keep reaching. So with this bowl here, you're almost drawing to that bowl that's past the head that sits at 5 o'clock. And if you take the jack on the way through, like this might do, again, we're just lacking the weight. That green was perfect.
Perfect green.
Still just looking to get bowls on the head.
Bit more green here.
It does look a good line. Speed looks alright as well. No. Still going to pull up.
Very good grouping of bowls. Another
Stephen
short
got
one.
the weight.
Yeah, you got to be training the jack back, right? You know, be looking to, if you sneak around the front one, snick the jack back.
Yeah,
This
a
is
bit
a
more
better
pace.
effort. That's a better bowl.
Needs
Particularly
to
if it
sit
lands
the
there.
orange.
Yeah, that's great stuff because now there's 2 bowls past here that you can trail the jack to. So 3's on. Good way to miss.
Yep.
Be interesting to see what Leanne opts to play. She may play the backhand. You turn the white and red bowl that sits at 5 o'clock into your jack. Just draw that. You put a bowl there. You're making it really, really hard for Elaine to score more than 1.
Would Leanne even look at trying to plug up the gap there, do you think?
Yeah, it's an option
To
for
stop
sure.
that.
Yeah. It's the other way to change the shot, obviously. Like you can either defend it, put a bowl where the jack's going, or you can change the shot that your opposition is playing in the first place.
This would be nice. It'll be just behind the kitty.
Yeah, well done. Really well played bowl there, and it's very challenging to see a shot on for Elaine. Of course, if Leanne scores, they'll shake hands because it becomes mathematically impossible.
Bit too tight here, I think.
She could go up and over on one of these white stickered bowls. Good
Well,
bowl.
There's one.
She's in there for 1, which means they'll play another end if it holds on. Leanne could be brave here.
So what's your call here?
The aggressive in me wants to play through the middle and hope that either one of your bowls or your collision bowl reaches through and pops the jack back to Leanne's. But I think that she'll understand that you probably shouldn't be doing that, and she'll just draw the shot.
Yeah,
But
Terry was shaking her,
I do want to
shaking her
hit it
head,
just
and then
yeah, that's the
Yep.
right shot to play. But
Yep.
it would be cooler to watch a little collision bowl
Yep.
through the split and get stuff to shuffle up. But understand why that's not the right thing to do. So if I had a team that wasn't controlling me, Nigel, my call would be a run shot, and I'd probably like drop a 3 or a 4.
maybe you and I should team up together, Alex. I've already got Terry on.
Oh,
the
as
mix.
it happens, this might be risky anyway.
Oh dear. Oh, 2 down. Oh dear. Maybe
Should have run.
should have hit it.
Oh no. Wow, chances for a 3.
Wow. The theatre of sport, eh? So what's your call here, Terry?
Just draw a 3rd shot.
Sounds easy.
Yeah, what's cool is Elaine's team have told her the bowl she needs to beat. So, you know, I'm sure when you're starting out in bowls, sometimes it's very easy to think about just drawing the jack with every bowl. But of course, to score, you don't necessarily need to draw close to the jack. You just need to beat the opposition's closest bowl.
Yep.
So they've communicated that.
Why is she?
Yeah. She can get a 3rd shot this way.
Okay.
Just around her 2 shots. No risk of moving jack that way.
So we see
Looks
that
a lovely weight too.
Needs to break.
Oh,
Speed was good.
not going to make it. But we are going to have to play the last end, and the score 6 shots to 12. So a 6 shot differential. on end 12 of 12. And their best end is going to have to be this one if Elaine McClintock's team wishes to win this.
That's a good call from Elaine.
What did she say?
I think they were wondering if they should shake hands, but she said we may as well play.
look,
We've got 8 bowls.
It's mathematically possible, but it's important not to throw the jack to the 2 metre mark because you need space. If you're going to score a big number, you better to do it with a bit of space to breathe. So the jack should be 1 or 2 metres up from the 2 metre mark here. Just give them that little bit of room to play with. And then you put all your eggs in one basket and pray that the basket isn't knocked over by the opposition. That's a pretty good length there, I think, for the jack.
Have you heard of the mousetrap? Do you throw them all at the back and try to put the kitty in the ditch and then pick up a real big number that you only...
I've heard worse ideas.
Well, Alex, I've got to say, you know, when we're playing at hobby and we've had a few big line reds, that's always a good tactic.
One of the options, yeah.
When you're way down.
Yeah. So 6 the difference.
Whatever you do, don't be short.
Yeah, nothing short.
Hurry.
Oh dear.
Well, it's not too bad.
Well, it's not too bad at the moment, but all the jack needs to do is move, and it's there then.
Yeah.
Not ideal. So automatically, Leanne's team, you think, cool. You know, this is sort of one less bowl that we probably have to worry about here. Though this bowl needs to be reaching through too. Both teams should be aggressive here. I don't understand that. Oh, just asking how shy she is. Yep, there you go. So just look to add a metre of running.
It's going to pull up short too, I think.
Oh, it might run on enough. Still short of the jack, but 2 shots out of the 6 required.
Ah, yep.
Early days, of course.
That's a start.
It's easy for us to call in the commentary box, isn't it?
Oh, I've never
They've
missed,
got to do the shots.
I've never missed a bowl on commentary yet. It's a lot easier than playing it, I can tell you that for free.
Actually, that's what Peter Bell has said to me on that famous shot he did. He said he visualised it about 1,000 times, and not once did he miss it, and he got it.
Exactly.
Yeah, visualisation is so important.
Oh, we need the battery-powered leaf blower here for Elaine McClintock.
I don't think she visualised that one.
Oh, they're all passed from our end. Well, that's not what was required. Of course, if you're interested in finding the full results from this MetLife Care New Zealand Masters, they're available on Bowls Hub, which you can get to through the Bowls North Harbour website and Facebook page. There's a number of events. How many events did you run, Nigel?
4.
Just how many titles were available? There must have been quite a few.
Was it 10, was it? You would have had...
So you guys are throwing me
10,
on the spot
10
now.
events.
10, there you
Yeah.
go.
Just off the top of my head, because I can see the bit of paper.
So
10 events run and 600 participants. So there's plenty of bowls results to go and have a look at if you so wish. If you want to look at your own results, or you've got a friend or family member who played in this event, easy to access on the Bowls North Harbour website and Facebook page, and that will be where the results are for the winners of today as well when the dust is settled.
Yep, absolutely. And Garth will be putting images up, things like that too. And once again, a big thank you to Bowls NZ for, giving us the coverage of today. It's been fantastic, and the weather has held out for us, which has been great. Well, it's not going to fall.
2 good bowls by Judy. Her first one... oh no, she knocked an opposition's bowl closer, I just realised. Well, it's a handy one anyway, that second
I
one.
can't understand why we've got short bowls here. Right. I don't know.
As we said, it's easier here.
I'd be shorter, to be fair. I don't like slow greens. That's why I'm a commentator now. It'll be interesting, though, because you can't kill it. If it gets killed, it gets put on the 2 metre mark. So
That's right.
You need to find a way to score 6 shots. And this is lovely bowls here from Leanne's team. How do you find a 6 here? You almost have to...
See, now you're laughing
So-
at my mousetrap idea. And that would have been the right blooming tactic.
Yeah, I think they're going to need to start looking at how they'd be able to get rid of bowls. And at the moment, there's 2 to get rid of. You've got Judy's blue speckled one and Adele's darker blue one.
You almost...
Well, it's another handy bowl in the head. But how do you get rid of these bowls?
You know, if it's not on, you just shake hands. But I think I think you could play with some weight. Perhaps Elaine could play
I
through.
think you'd have to
through
clear
this
that front bowl first. That
That's what the players see, that front bowl there that sits just off the centre line to the left. With ditch weight.
I think if that very shortest bowl gets cleared, it might get...
Oh,
No, now it's
No.
even more in the way.
Yeah, because I think you could have played through that last bowl
I don't
before that.
think. I
But
don't think there's anything on here for a number.
like it just shows you from the shot that you showed before from up where the bowler is. And then you're looking at it, and then you come from behind, and it looks totally different. That's why it's so important for the team to sort of say how the head looks.
Yeah, with the depth perception, isn't it? When
Correct.
When you try and look 30 metres away.
I'd still be looking to play with weight and create something, though. If you could find your way through the channel, that's ideal, but not with that one.
Oh, it's almost done and dusted here, I think. Leanne Poulsen.
Surely it's just putting one just behind at the back.
I mean, yeah, do anything. You'd need an absolute miracle to score a 6 here if you're Elaine. I think Leanne could literally put a ball anywhere and you'll be okay. I suppose, like you say, it's just about if you're short, you might give Elaine something to use. So just be past the head and it's easy peasy.
That's the skill right there.
Oh, it's a great shot.
Eh?
Great shot.
Unbelievable.
So here we go, last ball of the game, and we'll watch it from this angle. I think Leanne won't play her last one unless an absolute miracle happens here, and it hasn't. So we can congratulate Leanne Poulsen, Rosemary Nicol, Adele Einarson and Judy Farkish for winning the 2024 MetLife Care New Zealand Masters 60-74 Women's Fours title in a very convincing performance. They were very consistent throughout that match. Elaine McClintock and her team gave it a good go but didn't quite have the consistency. So a well-deserved win there for Leanne. Thank you, Terry, for joining me in commentary for all 3 finals. And Nigel, I'll give the last word to you to say whatever you want to say as long as we don't have to press the profanity buzzer.
Okay. Yeah, I just want to thank all the bowlers actually that have, come to this event. The MetLife Care New Zealand Masters is all about everyone coming from around the country into the one place and enjoying a whole week of activity like this. But everyone behind the scenes that made this happen, MetLife Care and our other sort of sponsors, a big thank you to all the clubs that hosted throughout the week. A big shout out, and obviously Bowls NZ. But very proud, happy to see, love the colours of the shirts and everyone out there enjoying themselves. It's been a fantastic week. Thank you.
Great stuff. Thank you, Nigel. And stay tuned for more broadcast, as Nigel said, as we enter the Summer Bowls. We'll see you next time.
care about is going through a tough time, it can be hard to know what to do. Here's 10 ways you can help someone who is struggling. Listen. You might want to give advice, but most people just want to feel heard. Be there. You don't have to fix their problems or find the perfect thing to say. Just let them know you'll be there when they need you. Let them know you get it. Let them know you get why they're struggling, given what they're going through. Knowing their feelings are normal and okay can make the world of difference. Offer practical support. Ask them what you can do to take some of the pressure off. Maybe you could make them a meal or do something to help around the house. Give time. Sometimes simply being there is enough. Hug it out. When appropriate, a hug can bring so much comfort. Talk it out. Offer to be their sounding board and kōrero with them about what they're going through. Remind them how much they matter. Let them know how much you and others care and how important they are. Remind them of their strength. They might not feel strong right now, so remind them of the strength you know they have. Help find them support. Offer to help them find the right services and support they need. For more information and to try an online therapy course, go to justathought.co.nz.